It's amazing. If you never do, you'll never know. Who cares if anyone's watching? Let them keep talking and talking. Avalanche. Start that avalanche. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting cagey. Feeling something new. It's amazing. All the records breaking. History in the making. Feeling something new. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Hello, good morning, and welcome. Coming to you live from Chapala in Mexico, this is the IWWF 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships. We see a beautiful view of this expansive lake here at Baca Laguna, which is just a stone's throw away from the city of Chapala, which in itself is just a few kilometers south of Guadalajara in the state of Jalisco. And as you can see, perfectly calm conditions out there, but the water is going to get a little bit more excited within the next few minutes, because we're going to have the Under-21 Men's Series 5 Slalom taking place, as I say, in the next few minutes. You're watching us live from our commentary central here at the U21 Worlds. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company. So, World Championships happen every 2 years, and this is the Under-21 category, of course. We've got an amazing amount of skiers that can really shine on the world stage. Some of them actually already shone on the world stage just a few months ago at the Junior Worlds in Chile, and they have an opportunity to do so once again here in Chapala in Mexico. There is your schedule for today. Series 5 men's slalom 5 and 4. Then we go into women's series 4 and 3. The men's tricks come afterwards with series 4 and 3, so on and so forth. Ultimately, we take the 12 best skiers in each of those events to their respective finals. And we do have enough skiers in the World Championships to where we can actually have 12 skiers advance through to the finals in all of the events. Slalom, tricks, jump, men and women. We'll also keep an eye on the overall battle as well in the men's and the women's competition, and keeping you up to date with that, because there are a number of overall contenders that could be chasing down world records in either the U21 or even the U17 categories, depending upon whether the speeds and line lengths and what have you fall within the same parameters, of course. But so far, so good. We've got a great site here, beautifully calm conditions. As I say, barely a ripple out there, and we're going to run that boat up and down in the next few moments. So we're just waiting on the time right now. The time right now here in Mexico is 7:45 a.m. If you're joining us from locales across the world. The time right now is about 2:45 in the afternoon in the United Kingdom. Obviously 3:45 for most other places in Europe. New York time, it is 9:45 in the morning, and as I say, right here in Guadalajara, it is 7:45 in the morning. So we've got our award-winning ski nautique parked up on the starting dock. That will be making its move away from the dock very soon. The event will take place in about 14 minutes' time. This is the IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships. We'll start off with men's 5 slalom in less than 15 minutes, and all that to come right after this. Well, hello, folks, and greetings here from Boca Laguna in Chapala in Mexico. This is the IWWF World Under-21 Water Ski Championships. A little bit of redemption going on here, taking into consideration what happened at the World Championships in the last cycle.
I just want to go far this time, and yeah, we'll see. I'm very excited.
Well, here you are, Callan, getting ready to jump in practice. How you been so far?
I've been good, thanks. My skis have finally shown up. My bags got lost, so it's a relief to have the skis.
Pretty excited. I've competed in three under-21s already. I got a second and a third, so hope I can kind of finish the deal here, but you got to ski first, and I'm excited to go out.
It's really nice out there today. There's like a light headwind, and it's a beautiful sight, so I'm just happy to be here.
It was alright. I'm feeling out the water and feeling out the different things. There are different elements out there to what I'm used to, but I'm excited to be here and it's a beautiful sight, so I'm very excited for the world.
A lot of people's assessments have shown that the Australian team is going to be one of the ones to beat in these championships. Do you concur with that?
Oh yeah, my teammates are going really well, skiing really well. So.
How do you think Team Argentina is going to do in these U21 Worlds?
It's only us too, so this is all we have. When you run whatever you run, we are sure that you did it properly.
And being a Mexican, how proud are you to have these championships right here in Boca Laguna in Chapala?
Well, Boca Laguna with La Madrid family is like my second home. It's not my home club, but I spend a lot of time here, or I used to spend a lot of time here. And I love the place, I love the people, it's amazing, and the city is really nice.
All right then, and joining us with live pictures here of the facility here at Boca Laguna. This is the U21 World Water Ski Championships, and we're going to take a quick look at the schedule once again. Men's Slalom Series 5 and 4, Women's Slalom Series 4 and 3, Men's Tricks 4 and 5, and Women's Tricks 4 and 3. And it's an elimination round. 12 advance through to the finals. The top 12 scores, irrespective of where those scores came from in terms of series. And here is our running order for the first event. Fletcher Holm of Sweden will get these championships up and running, followed by Will Roberts of the United States. Then Matias Navarro from Mexico will be third out, followed by Will Gibson from New Zealand. And finally, in Men's Series 5, it will be Chile's Matias Gonzalez. All right, then. So we're going to take a little bit of a pause, and but when we come back, we will return with action on the water at the U21 World Water Ski Championships. Be back right after this.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
My name is Thomas de Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody is very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
Well, hello once again, and welcome back to Boca Laguna, the home of the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships. Great to have you on board. And as we get ready for the slalom event in Men's Series 5, a quick note that the latest edition of the TWBC podcast has now gone live. It was an interview with Jose Antonio Perez Priego, who not only is the IWWF president, but is also the homologator of this event. And I spoke to him about the challenges of holding those two distinctions, being the president of the federation and the duties in which he has been entrusted to so far as being the technical control of this event, and also other major issues that are going on with the sport of water skiing right now were discussed in the latest edition of the TWBC podcast. You can listen to it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeart Podcast, and your favorite podcast platform. You'll be able to find it there. All right, there, Fletcher Holm is our first competitor up. We'll get the line length and speed for him very, very soon. And we're going to get this show on the road, so to speak. All right, so our driver is getting set for Nigel Sparrow is our driver who comes to us out of Australia. I believe he was also one of our drivers at the U17 Worlds. So he's been piling on the miles between where he calls home and where he's been called upon to drive for some of the world's top titled events. As I say, already been to Chile and right here and now in Mexico for the U21 Worlds. Beautiful shot along the shoreline here by our drone pilot there, Connor Pauley. Beautiful calm conditions, hardly a breath of wind out there. So things should be set up right for our first skier, who will be Fletcher Holm, who, to the best of my knowledge, is a student at Arizona State University and is one of Sweden's representatives in this event. All right, just looking at Fletcher, just getting everything situated. Let's have a look at that start list once again. Fletcher Holm will be our first competitor out. Will Roberts will be a no-show for this event, so we'll go straight on to Matias Navarro, then Will Gibson of New Zealand, and rounding off this section of the slalom event in the boys or men's event is Matias Gonzalez. All right, just waiting on the boat to make its second and final pass, the simulation pass, which is designed to make sure of at least a couple of things, that the electronics and everything in the towboat are all working within the acceptable parameters, and secondly, to make sure that the conditions from here on out are equal for every single skier that takes to the water. All right then, so it's going to be max speed, 14.25 meters, selecting Alpha 2 on the zero off system, and I suspect that we'll be seeing that setting quite a bit between now and the end. A2 seems to be the preferred setting for a lot of skiers, not only in these championships but most tournaments around the world. Here we go, folks. First skier up in these IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships here in Chapala in Mexico. This is Fletcher Holm. Opening pass, 14.25 meters. A little open to number one, but he's still there. Trying to keep everything on an even keel. That's number 4. That's number 5, and our first pass of these championships successfully cleared. So, getting everything situated there. Fletcher Holm on his opening pass of 14.25 meters. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with the sport of tournament water ski slalom, at this level, the boat speed is maxed at 36 miles an hour or 58k. And the difference between each pass upon the successful completion is the shortening of the line. So we started off with 14.25 meters. 14.25 meters, whenever you equate it to feet, is 47 feet. For those of you that are joining us from the United States, and for those of you that are not quite in tune with the metric system, I will try and make sure that that both camps are catered for in that respect. So now the rope is now being reduced in length from 47 feet to 43 feet. That is 13 meters now. The course width is 37.5 feet wide, or 11.5 meters wide. So as the rope gets shorter, it becomes more and more difficult for the skier to get outside of the buoy line and to continue on with the pass. So far, Fletcher Holm, I wouldn't say he's making light work of 13 meters, but he's doing the business out there with a 6 buoy count. Fletcher Holm, for whom I don't have an awful lot of information about him, at least according to the EMS program, has scored half a buoy on 12 as recently as the 2022 Moomba Masters. That was on the Yarra River, and that is actually not a bad, respectable score on those conditions. And then some of the other tournaments that he's skied in, the national championships from as far back as 2019, where he was able to get 5 on the next pass of 12 meters. So it looks like he's been fairly consistent into getting it into this line length for the most part. Let's see if he's able to conjure up some magic on 12 meters and maybe, just maybe, put himself in a position where he could advance, even at this early stage. All right then, folks, no change to the 0 off, although the skiers do have that option between passes. Still on A2, line length 12 meters. Here we go. This is Fletcher Holm, a little bit down course off 1. He's good to go on number 2. Round number 4, look at this, folks. He's round number 5, and he might have a shot of running it, which he does. Right from the get-go, our first competitor, Fletcher Holm, who spends the majority of his time skiing in Arizona, competes for the Ski Devils of Arizona State, and has now managed to make it through 12 meters. What a shocker this is. Didn't get the best of starts, mind you. Had a bit of slack at the end of the turn. Looking at the instant replay right now. For those of you on site that do actually have internet connectivity, you can go. We do have the TV in the clubhouse for you to watch the action. Otherwise, you can go to the TWBC YouTube channel and watch this unfold. But I tell you what, Fletcher Holm coming through clutch on 12 meters. Let's see what he can do on 11. I'm not too sure what his personal best is. He hasn't listed that kind of information. I'm sure that 1 or 2 of his ski teammates from ASU, in particular Frederico or Louisa, will probably be able to provide me with that type of information in regards to PB. But for the meantime, this is 11.25 meters. Gets a little bit of a ragged start. Oh, he's got a good tight line off number 1. He's still there on number 2. He's halfway down the course and he collapses. He's going to get 2.5 buoys there. Our very first skier on the water on 11.25 meters with 2 1/2. That is Fletcher Holm of Sweden. All right, let's see with our instant replay. Let's try and break this down a little bit. Not looking too bad for the most part. But then he rushed the turn at the end, brought the outside arm towards the handle. That stopped the ski cold there on buoy number 3. But he does have the lead, which you would naturally assume to be the case considering he's the first skier out, but 2 1/2 on 11.25 meters, and that is courtesy of Sweden's Fletcher Holm. got a bit of a long walk to the clubhouse, mind you, but he should feel pretty happy about what he's done out there at the moment. All right then, with the absence of Will Roberts, we go on to our next competitor. Skier number 2 on the water is going to be Matias Navarro of Mexico. All right then, folks. Heat 2 is selected Alpha 2 on the 0 off. However, he's going to go in about 2 passes earlier on 18.25 meters. This is Matias Navarro. All right, let's see what he's got. He's got quite a bit of room to work with so far as the line is concerned. Ooh, a little bit open into buoy number 1, I fancy, but a lot of what is successful skiing on 18.25 meters is about is being able to control the speed, but unfortunately not able to run that opening pass. So it looks like it is going to be a 4 buoy count. Counting that correct. Turns, makes his way through the entrance gates and is immediately exposed towards buoy number 1. Not holding an aggressive enough edge to where he could actually backside on 1 or 2 of these turns. Little on the back of the ski on the instant replay, and checking this out once again, just getting a little bit too far down course, and that is just a little bit too much for him to make up. So it looks like it is going to be a 4 buoy count total for Matias Navarro. So there, once again, opposite side view, boat cam providing us with some excellent shots right here. Just getting bounced all over the show into number 3. And then likewise into number 4. Try to stay on top of the ski. And unfortunately, that's not going to do it for him. 4 buoys on 18.25 minutes. We'll return right after this. All right then, welcome back. We've got our next competitor to take to the water. We've got Will Gibson, who comes to us out of New Zealand. Right, just waiting on that towboat to pick him up out of the water. And looks like it is going to be 16 Alpha 2. We'll try and get a little bit more information on him in the next few moments, but the information that's critical here is the fact that he'll be approaching the course at 58 kilometers an hour. Alpha 2 is the 0 off setting. Oh, a little bit buffeted off buoy number 1, but he's able to hold his angle there into buoy number 2. Whoa, getting in all kinds of trouble there into buoy number 4, but managing to keep everything on a relatively even keel. Talk about an aerial edge change going into buoy number 4. That ski was clear off the water. Having a little bit of difficulties with the opening pass, but the opening pass was cleared, thankfully. right, so we've already had a shocker in this event so far, courtesy of Fletcher Holm, our first skier out and running 2.5 on 11.25 meters. I'm sure he'll be waiting anxiously over the next day or so to see if that score of 2.5 at 11.25 meters will be enough to be part of the top 12 advancing through to the men's slalom final. Beautiful setting here, birds chirping, calm conditions, no wind whatsoever. Which could be a little bit deceiving for one or two of our skiers, but we'll see how that pans out. Here we go, this is Will Gibson out of New Zealand. A little narrow into buoy number 1, this is 14.25 meters. A little narrow on some of these turns, but he's still able to, and managed to get as far as buoy number 5, but unfortunately unable to get round 6. It looks like our first score under review is imminent so far as Will Gibson is concerned. Just looking at this and generating a little bit of slack line coming up towards the end of each of these turns. Leaving his hips open there off buoy number 4. And this is where things got a little bit out of hand. The ski just overturned on him and just was unable to hold that much angle on his way to buoy number 6. So it looks like it's going to be 4.5, at least from my standpoint anyway. But the judges have the ultimate say, and we'll get that score coming to you very, very soon. Will Gibson, provisionally from my vantage point, 4.5, and we'll find out if that becomes a confirmed score momentarily before we send out our last competitor out in men's Series 5 slalom. It is Matias Gonzalez. Matias Gonzalez, who had a rather successful season so far, has won world titles, including the junior world boys tricking title in his home nation of Chile. Looking to try and pile some points on for Team Chile. Fair to say that slalom skiing isn't his best event out of 3. Under the assumption that he skis in 3 events, of course. We see him perform in the tricks event the majority of the time in a number of different tournaments, including the U21 World and the Junior Masters, which took place a few weeks ago. And tricking in excess of 11,000 points in the majority of instances, but I haven't seen him too much out there slaloming, so this is going to be a little bit of a treat for us. So the sun continues to beat down here in Boca Laguna, just outside Chapala in Mexico. I am Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad. And we do have an approved score for Will Gibson. It is 4.5 on 14.25 meters. So the judges were conferring just to make sure that everything was fine based upon the video evidence presented to them. And there is our current leaderboard. Fletcher Holm on 2.5 and 11.25 meters. Will Gibson with 4.5 on 14. And Matias Navarro on with 4 buoys on the starting speed, which is 58k on 18.25 meters. So we've got a good few of our skiers retreating to the clubhouse where they're watching on the big screen, and they'll be checking out Matias Gonzalez approaching the slalom course right now. It's going to be 14.25 meters. Nice looking technique. The style is most certainly there. Staying well balanced. Round buoy number 5. And he will assume second place outright at this time on the strength of his complete pass at 14.25 meters. That is Matias Gonzalez. Take a look at the dock and see a few of our next series slalomers are going to be waiting in the wings, starting off with Zachary Butterfield from the United States, who I have first out on the water. Then we'll see Callan Ashcroft of Australia, Pablo Alvira from Colombia, and the remainder of the list goes on from there in Series 4, which is the next event. For those of you who haven't done so already, check in with the YouTube site of TWBC and subscribe. And that way you have the ability to participate in the live chat and also be informed of when the next event that we broadcast becomes live via the bell icon. Here we go. 13 meters, Matias Gonzalez. Oh, nice start. Let's see what he's got on buoy number 2, round number 3. He's already in second spot right now after all of the skiers that we've seen so far, and he's going to have a stab at 12 meters. And good skiing there from Matias Gonzalez. Not only piling on the pressure there and trying to get a good score for himself, but also helping out Team Chile along the way as well. And Team Chile are one of the favored teams going into this U21 World Championships with the likes of Matias Gonzalez tricking, and obviously Martin Labra with his tricks as well, and his overall score in general that could well hold the sway for the Chilean team going forwards. Beautiful sight here in Boca Laguna, and for the first time in IWWF tournament history, we have S-Lines providing us with their tow ropes for these worlds. S-Lines, the official tow line of the IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships here in Boca Laguna. All right, so we're waiting on Matias Gonzalez, and wait no longer. He is making his way into the slalom course. Here he comes, Matias Gonzalez, 12 meters. Oh, quick start there into buoy number 1. Managing to keep his shoulders and head going in the right direction. Here he comes. Off buoy number 3, he's round buoy number 4. You know what? He might have a chance of running this. And he does! Matias Gonzalez, a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. And challenging the lead score of Fletcher Holm with his count of 2.5 on the same line length. Wow. Quick turn through the gate shot into buoy number 1, and just managing to hold that angle just long enough on the outside of the buoy line, just keeping that ski moving. That's the thing that Matias Gonzalez does so well out there, not losing a blip of speed on the turns, just skiing one speed, and that certainly has its benefits in the slalom event. Means that you're not especially worried about slowing down and picking up that speed again. A little bit of slack off number 6, but no worries in Matias Gonzalez. He is happy as Larry out there with a 6 buoy count on the 12-meter line. All right then, 11.25 meters. The current lead score is that courtesy of Fletcher Holm at this early stage of the competition into 11.25 meters. And rounding off this series on that same line length is Matias Gonzalez coming in. Entrance gate number 1 a little bit flat off number 1, will not make it outside buoy number 2, won't even attempt to sell it. So it's going to be a 1 buoy count. So the top 2 scorers after Series 5 remarkably into 11.25 meters. I was not expecting that one iota. So good skiing there from Matias Gonzalez. Started off on 16 meters and ending up on 11.25 meters. Remarkable stuff. And there you go, clearly inside buoy number 2. No dispute about that. So checking up on some of the scores these produced. He's produced scores into 13 meters and has skied into 12 meters. So I'm not too sure, but for Matias Gonzalez, this could be very, very close to a personal best at 58 kilometers an hour, because he has been skiing as a junior for the majority of the time that he's been competing. So this might actually be his personal best at 58K on that short line of 11.25 meters. And that is definitely a big old shot in the arm for the Chilean team. There you see the running order: Zach Butterfield for water first, and Ashcroft, Alvira, Thompson, Lucas, and Abelson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause. That is Matias Gonzalez with a 1 buoy count of 11.25 meters. And to end off Series 5, let's give a big cheer also to Fletcher Holm, who has the lead with 2.5 buoys on 11.25 meters. So big ups to those competitors skiing at 58K and getting down to such a short line length of 11.25 meters. All right, first competitor up in Series 4. It is going to be Zach Butterfield from the United States of America. All right, skier about to take to the water and hailing out of the Lone Star State of Texas. This is Zach Butterfield. And deciding to go in on the 16-meter line, and as is common with the majority of skiers that we've seen so far in this competition, and with many others around the world, going in on Alpha 2 on the 0-1. Zach Butterfield, don't have too much information on him on the IWWF EMS system, but we'll look to other sources of information so far as his scores are this season. All right, good skiing there from Zach Butterfield on the opening pass of 16 meters. No worries there for him whatsoever. Just steady as she goes at this stage. So Nigel Sparrow, our driver of the towboat, coming to us out of Australia. And taking on a little bit of water there. Our boat judge is Robert Ritter, and our boat camera is Alice Bagnoli. All right, let's have a look at some of the results of Zach Butterfield. For the majority of the cases that he's skied in, he's gotten into 12 meters, but hasn't gotten past all 6 buoys on that particular line length. So he's seen a couple of skiers go out before him in the previous ski in series that have done just that. Let's see if he can draw inspiration from that, in as much to say if they can do it, so can I. Here we go. Zach Butterfield He started on 16. This is now 14.25 meters or 47 feet of line for those of you watching us from the United States and prefer to use the feet and inches. There we go. Good knee bend into number 4. Good stance on the ski on 14.25 meters. No worries there for him whatsoever. All right, skier who comes to us out of Sherman in Texas. That is Zach Butterfield, member of a very prominent skiing family in the South Central region of the United States. I'm sure those folks are watching. Matter of fact, for those of you that are watching from locales afar, I will try and go to the live chat that's currently going on right now with this event. All right then, got a good few messages coming through. Couple from Connor Pauley, who's flying the drone, and one or two from the likes of Valentina Gonzalez and Silvia Taranciano. Here we go. This is Zach Butterfield on 13 meters. Zach Butterfield, who's certainly capable of running this at most given situations. A little bit down course, though, off number 4, but he stays relaxed for the most part. Had to play Johnny Hustle there off number 5 to get round number 6. But now he's put himself in a position where he can have a crack on the 12-meter line and at least give himself a score that's been there and thereabouts for him in previous competitions. So good skiing there, and getting some messages from around the world, from France, from the United States, from Colombia, and even from here in Mexico as well. So for those of you that want to be a part of the live chat, pretty simple deal, really. You go to the TWBC YouTube channel, and you click on that subscribe button, and you join more than 10,000 subscribers that are currently joined our YouTube channel. And if you hit the bell icon, then you will be informed by email of when the next TWBC broadcast event goes out live. All right there, here comes Zach Butterfield. 12 meters, no change in the 0 off setting. It's still on Alpha 2. Let's see what he's got. Rolls the ski away, then good stretch on number 1. He's round number 2. Round number 3, he's still there. Can he make it outside buoy number 4? He tries to sell us on 4. I don't know. I think this is going to go to a judge's review to determine whether A, he made it round number 4, and B, he got back to the wakes in time to actually score it. One must come before the other, though. He's got to have gotten round number 4, and then the second element of his score comes into play. Got a little bit separated off the handle into buoy number 1, which delayed his turn and is a strike in towards buoy number 2. That caused him to go down course even further off that number 2, and getting round buoy number 4, not too sure that he made it, but he got to the wakes in time for the next set of boat guides. Now we're going to take a look at the instant replay from the opposite direction, from the opposing direction, which is the one from the boat, as we get ready to bring Callan Ashcroft from Australia into the course. Looking at the instant replay, which I believe that we're running at about 50% speed, giving us. And they're getting broken over. I think he actually made it round buoy number 4. From my personal perspective, he got it round number 4, got back to the wakes on time. So from my perspective, which isn't the official call, of course, I believe it to be 4. We'll get an official reckoning from our judges. So 4 on 12 meters looks like to be the score for Zach Butterfield. All right then, this is Callan Ashcroft from Australia. 16-meter opening pass. Trying to manage the speed and his work behind the boat, which he does so effectively. All right then, so we do have a score for Zach Butterfield. It's 4 on 12, 4 on 12. So good solid effort there for him. And Callan Ashcroft getting on to 14.25 meters so far, having run through 16. So glad to have you on board if you're watching us from all points around the world. This is the 2023 IWWF U21 World Championships. Hive of activity around the starting dock and the clubhouse right now. And a good few of our folks that are in the clubhouse are watching the live coverage on the big screen over there. Just trying to stay out the sun for as long as they can. So coming in on 14.25 meters, this is Callan Ashcroft. Nicely done. 14.25 meters, not a problem there for him whatsoever. All right, pulling out, and 30 meters comes up. The top two scores that we've seen so far have come from Series 5. And there is your leaderboard. Fletcher Holm with 2.5 at 11. I'm not too sure whether he expected that score this morning. Matias Gonzalez with 1 at 11.25 meters. Those are your top two scores into that line length. Now, we're going to see if we can get another competitor into 11.25 meters. Callan Ashcroft. All right then, representing Australia, this is Callan Ashcroft. He's gone through 16 and 14. This is now 30 meters. Boat speed 58K. On the green loop. Callan Ashcroft, who is looking pretty good right now. A little bit down course, just trying to manage the amount of speed that he's generating across course, and that is 30 meters. Getting ready for 12 on the next run. Oh, a little bit of a delay at the end there before he made it through the exit gates. And then he had to rush to make it all the way through. Now, the distance between the end gates and the boat guides and number 6 is shorter than the boat guides are to each other in the course, so can't afford to do that too often. All right there, so Callan Ashcroft got some little bit of information there from him. He actually took the time and the effort to fill out the biographical information with the IWWF EMS system. And looking at some of his scores this season at the Australian Nationals, he scored 2 on 12 meters as part of his overall score. In the Aussie Kiwi Challenge over in Albury, he slalom 3 on 12 meters and has gotten scores into 30 meters and 12 in a whole smattering of cases. So good skiing there from Callan Ashcroft. Taking that into consideration, this is now 12 meters. Let's see what he can conjure up. Representing Australia. Round one. Round number two, he's down course. And too far down course to make an effective play on 3. But 2 on 12 meters, it is not a bad score there for Callan Ashcroft. That currently puts him in 4th place right now. We'll see how that... Oh, and he performs a TikTok coming into the dock. A little bit of showmanship from our Australian athlete. Callan Ashcroft with 2 on 12 meters. Little flat going into number 1 and unable to bleed off enough speed to backside that turn. And then brought the handle to his outside hip, which generated slack and generated too much of a delay for him to make a play on number 3 on, I should say, rather. And looking at this from the towboat, yeah, just not getting his shoulders enough away to drive that ski out beyond the buoy line and keep that line tight so the ski can effectively turn. But Callan Ashcroft, he gets 2 on 12 meters. Not a bad effort there from him. All right. All right there. We've got Connor Pauly with his drone flying skills orbiting the announcer's point as we await our first competitor. Our next competitor, Pablo Alvira from Colombia. Coming in Alpha 2 on the 16-meter line, which appears to be quite common here at this stage of the game. All right there. Boat speed 58K. Pablo Alvira. Not looking too bad by all accounts. And 16 meters, no worries there for him at all. So Pablo Alvira. Doing what's expected of him on pass number 1. Try and get you some info on him if I can get the information coming through to us via the IWWF EMS system, which has been in effect now for the last 3 or so years. Coming to us out of Bogota in Colombia. His best scores have been into 12 meters, so he's definitely capable of putting some heat on those scores that were produced in this series. All right, so far so good. All right, here we go. Pablo Alvira from Colombia. Entrance round buoy number 1. This is 14.25 meters. Should not pose too much of a concern out there for him, but he can't afford to be complacent either. It's a 6 buoy count, and that is 14.25 meters. Chasing down the top score of Fletcher Holm, our very first skier out, with 2 1/2 on 11.25 meters. As a matter of fact, it might not be a bad idea if I can bring Fletcher Holm over to the announcing point and actually talk to him about his performance out there. Come on over. Yeah, you. All right there. So we got Pablo Alvira. All right there, so here we go. This is Pablo Alvira, still on A2, Alpha 2 on the line, on the zero off rather. And this is going to be 30 meters. See what he's got. A little twisted into buoy number 1, but he's still able to get the ski round and keep the pace going. A little bit of a stall there on number 3. He's round number 4. He's going further and further down course. And he tried to make it up on buoy number 5, and unfortunately was not able to do so. Therefore, giving him a score of 4.5 on 30 meters. So, we'll have a look at this once again. Entrance into number 1 and bringing the handle in. And you had good line control off buoy number 1 and number 2, and one would have thought at this stage that a clear pass on 30 meters was definitely in the cards. But then he got stalled into number 3. He got even later off buoy number 4. And then things just turned pear-shaped around buoy number 5, and he blew the tail. And that was a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond. All right there. So we got Fletcher Holm right here next to me in the announcing point. And so good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Tony.
Good. So you're currently in the lead right now with 2.5 on 11.25 meters. I don't think in a million years you would have thought that you'd be in this position with that many skiers going right now.
Yeah, I mean, going first off is pretty fun. Surprised myself a little bit in the start, but got a little more control and more comfortable as I kept skiing.
Right, we're going to see that on the screen at the moment because with the benefit of advanced technology, my good friend Vince is going to re-rack your score and on 11.25 meters and see if we can go deep into the forensic with that one. So, okay, let's have a look. 11.25 meters. Tell us a little bit about it.
I got a little sucked in on my gate there and pulled kind of long into 1. Somehow found the line and took it out to 2. Tried to be patient and got it. Got a little excited into 3 and opened up early and got sucked inside. But happy with that start.
All right. So how have you been skiing in practice?
Pretty good. I mean, that's pretty average score for practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. So tell us a little bit about where you're from. You represented Sweden, but you spend the majority of the time in Arizona State, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I study out at Arizona State and ski out there through most of the winter, and been out at Court Picos training for Worlds and trying to get the skiing around. I mean, it's been fun.
All right, so it looks like, if I'm judging these series correctly, you're going to have to wait for maybe about 20 or so skiers to find out if you made it through to the final. That's going to be a bit of a long wait.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to watch a bunch of skiing coming up, and glad with my score, and we'll see how the rest of the day goes.
All right, then. Well, thanks a lot for coming on over and sharing a bit of your experience out there. You're currently in the lead with 2.5 on 11.25 meters, and hopefully that will hold up for you, sir.
Thank you, Tony.
Not a problem. Okay, coming in on the course with 16 meters, Alpha 2, it's going to be Dima Thompson out of Switzerland. Ooh, a little bit late on number 1, but on 16 meters, you you can afford to take a little bit of a lackadaisical attitude to the slalom course on this kind of line length, and thankfully for Dima Thompson was able to get through the opening pass without too many problems. Now when it comes down to 14 and 13 and the like, you can't take that type of laissez-faire approach to slaloming, if you want to succeed, of course. All right there, so Dima Thompson. I'm sure that my good friend from Switzerland, Elena Thompson, will be is watching this coverage as well. I certainly hope so. And Elena Thompson herself, multiple-time world champion, and still continues to compete at an extraordinarily high level. All right, so So 14.25 meters now for Dima Thompson. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Good strike there off that turn, round buoy number 2. Looking in good shape here. And Dima Thompson, a little bit more composed and a little bit more purposeful about what he's doing out there on 14.25 meters. And gets that pass to go. Good stuff there from him. Well done. All right, great to have all of you here. We have a great host of sponsors for this event, including nice jewelry. One of the premier jewelers in all of Mexico, and we thank them very, very much, especially for allowing us here at TWBC to be a part of the festivities and provide you with broadcast coverage to not only here in the surrounds of Mexico, but across the world as well. So, we'll see what Dima Thompson can conjure up. Okay, coming in on 13 meters. So Dima Thompson, based upon the biographical information I've been able to glean, has managed to get himself into 12 meters a good portion of the time, which means that he's relatively... Oh no, and he goes down hard! Does the complete forward flip there right across the second wake into that buoy and just absolutely got catapulted out of the front of that slalom ski. It is one of the most gnarliest crashes I have seen in a while. And yes, I've seen a few of them. Getting broken over into buoy number 2, that set the chain reaction of events going forward. Then got twisted off buoy number 3. And now let's take a look going into buoy number 4. Oh! Oh. I'm sure glad that he got clear of the line when he did that. That could have been quite horrific. Holy moly. Just look at him once again. High drama earlier on in the competition, not only with the 2 scores into 11.25 meters in Series 5, but then this little stunt here off buoy number 3. Oh. He got stopped in a hurry. All right, that should be 3. Is that 3? 3 it is. Thank the Lord that's 3. Okay, so 3 buoys there. And that is on 13 meters. And when we return, we'll have our next competitor take into the water representing Canada. It'll be Carter Lucas. We'll be back right after this. All right then, so I'm sure that that Elena will be wanting to know the status of her son, Dima Thompson, very, very soon. We'll try and get that information to you as quickly as possible. We got a number of folks tuning in from around the world, especially those from Texas getting behind their skier, Zach Butterfield. Likes of Kelvin Kelm and Griffin Stange and the like, offering their support. So, skier on the water is Carter Lucas. Coming in on 14.25 meters. 14.25 meters, Alpha 2. I doubt whether that zero offsetting is going to change very much. So good solid effort there from Carter Lucas. And nicely done, opening pass, 14.25 meters. No problems at all there with that opener. Ooh. Well, we're trying to get calmed down after that that vault out the front there, courtesy of Dima Thompson. We might even get a word from him. Here we go. We've got Carter Lucas and getting a little bit pitched forward off buoy number 1 into number 2. A little bit of a fin release there, but we're still able to keep some forward momentum going. All right, so got Carter Lucas. He's run through 14.25 meters. Sure, he's done that on plenty of occasions prior to this one. We are in men's slalom series 4. Our lead score is 2.5 on 11.25 meters, courtesy of Fletcher Holm, our very first skier off the dock. Look at this. Carter Lucas trying to stay nicely balanced on 13 meters. Getting into a little bit of difficulty there towards the end, but managing to do the business. So, doing just fine so far, getting through the opening 2 passes of 14 and 13. He's now going to have a crack at the 12-meter line. So far as the scores that should be within his immediate target on the 12-meter line. Scores from the likes of Callan Ashcroft with 2 and Zach Butterfield with 4. But ultimately, the 2 scores that are above them consists of Matias Gonzalez with 1 at 11.25 meters. And, of course, that top score, which I mentioned a few minutes ago, with 2.5 and 11, that's Fletcher Holm out of Sweden. So a little bit of activity around the dock area. See Jake Abelson about to take to the water, who should be our last competitor out in Men's Series 4, according to the latest information that's been presented to me. Carter Lucas. Oh, and he collapses around buoy number 6. Oh, my word. Round number 4, I do beg your pardon, but he manages to just get pitched out the front and just unable to continue going. So it's going to be a 3.5 buoy score. 3.5 on the 12-meter line. Just getting into all kinds of trouble there. Managing to get a good start off number 1, but then they got a little bit delayed off number 2. And then just having trouble keeping his shoulders up and level. Then drove in and then just got flipped over the tip of the ski. And that one a little less severe than Dima Thompson, granted, but still a spectacular crash, no doubt. So Carter Lucas out of Canada. I believe it's going to be a 3.5 buoy score, which will represent his final score. And that would actually put him in about outright 4th place right now, based upon what we've seen so far. So Carter Lucas, provisionally 3.5. And yeah, looks like it's been confirmed as 3.5 by our officials. And that does slot him in 4th place. And there you see the leaderboard on the left-hand side. So, our skier next. Our last skier to go in men's series for slalom. It is Jake Abelson.
I didn't think I was going to eject. Dude, that was amazing. That was like all grind, 0 rhythm.
Okay, so also let me tell you that the photographs are available for sale at the booth situated close to the clubhouse. For the benefit of those that are on site, photos are available. And we'll also try and get some news out that will be more apropos to our online audience, so far as a link to that photo vendor. But with that in mind, let's check in with our next competitor coming to us out of Arizona. This is Jake Abelson. 14.25 meters, and it's going to be, yeah, A2 once again. A little bit loose there into that turn, number 3 for 4, and number 5 just settling in. And a skier whom is certainly continuing to make a name for himself in tricking, but he's also demonstrating an overall capability that we haven't seen up until about this season or the season before. That's Jake Abelson doing a fine job out there on the opening pass of 14.25 meters. All right, so Jake Abelson. Let's see what information I'm able to glean from him via the EMS system. We'll get that to you in just a moment as we get ready for Jake Abelson to make his approach towards the slalom course. It will be on 30 meters. And here he is. All right. Entrance buoy number 1. Good strike into number 2. Like his handle control, especially into his 135 side. He is a right foot forward skier, which means that having a good solid reach and handle control into his offside is certainly helps him out a bundle. So Jake Abelson, the last of our skiers in men's series for slalom. So just waiting for our boat driver to tighten up the line, and Jake Abelson will be coming into the course on the 12-meter rope length. All right, 12 meters now. Okay, so far as this series is concerned, the top score in this series is 4 on 12 meters. Top score in this competition so far, taking into account the previous series, is 2.5 on 11.25 meters. Oh, a little bit on the back of the ski on buoy number 1. Now he's going to have to really work hard, especially off that number 3. He's good to go. Round number 4. Does he make it round 5? And our third skier to make it through to 11.25 meters is Jake Abelson. Superb stuff all the way from start to finish there. Stayed relaxed, stayed composed, even though he was a little down course off number 1. Did not let that phase him one iota. Good extension around buoy number 1. A little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump towards the tail end of that ski, but managing to get that, that tip around buoy number 2. And then he just settled things down, just planted that ski into the water for the turn. Remarkable skiing there from Jake Abelson. Just actually dragged his hand in the water there on the buoy number 6 to slow his momentum down after that turn to get inside the gates, the exit gates at the end of the course. Nice move there. So now he is in outright third place at the moment by the fact that he cleared 12 meters. Now he's going to have a strike for the positions that are above him. He's round buoy number 1. Gets it to go round buoy number 2. He's an outright second. Round buoy number 3. Gets to 3. Gets to the wake. In time for the boat guides. He is your new leader. There you go. That is Jake Abelson with a score of 3 buoys on 11.25 meters. Let's give it up for him, please. Jake Abelson. Looking at this effort here. Got him broken over off buoy number 2, but he sent in a lot of speed there. And he is a skier who knows how to S-turn. Getting around number 3 to the wakes, and then solid as you like there. Jake Abelson, 3 on 11.25 meters. Our next event, folks, is going to be the under 21 Series 4 Slalom elimination round. So we're going to have some equally remarkable skiing coming up very, very soon. And so let's take a quick look at the leaderboard, and it will show that Jake Abelson is your new leader by half a buoy ahead of Fletcher Holm, 3 and 2.5 respectively on 11.25 meters. Matias Gonzalez with 1 at 11.25 meters, relegated to 3rd. Zach Butterfield in 4th place with 4 on 12, and rounding off the top 5 with 3.5 on 12 meters is going to be Carter Lucas, and there you see the remainder of the scores. Obviously, if you're checking in with the live scoring, you can do that with the IWWF live scoring system. But for the meantime, this is the 2023 IWWF World Under-21 Water Ski Championships, and we will be back right here at Boca Laguna outside Chapala in just a few moments.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all-encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to like keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
All right then, folks, and we return to continuing and live coverage of this, the 2023 IWWF World Water Ski Championships for the U21s. Good to have you on board. Let's have a look at the leaderboard after men's slalom. We're about to go into the women's slalom series 4, but Jake Abelson in the lead, and I believe tying a PB with 3 at 11.25 meters. Fletcher Holm, I also believe that his score of 2.5 on 11.25 minutes is very close to a PB there for him, so well done. As too is Matias Gonzalez's score of 1 at 11.25 meters. Zach Butterfield in 4th with 4 on 12, and rounding off the top 5 with 3.5 on 12 is Carter Lucas. So, our towboat making its pass up and down to simulate conditions that will take place afterwards. Our running order for Women's Series 4 consists of Lucy Roberts from Great Britain will take to the water first, followed by Tamara da Costa of Peru next. Then Emma Scott from Great Britain, followed by Emma Brown from Chile, Juliana Cobo from Mexico, Daniela Verschweifel of Colombia, Elena Ahama from Austria, Diaz McKay from New Zealand, and Sandra Bayu Boda from Spain. So we got Lucy Roberts on the starting dock right there, getting ready to go. And not too sure what pass she'll take to the course with. 16, okay. A2 as well? A2. A2, there you go. We're getting it. Did I tell you that she comes to you from Manchester? And oddly enough, supports Liverpool. All right, there is our next boat driver, Davide Gandola from Italy. Certainly very known across the international circuit. And we're certainly appreciative of his efforts out there and making himself available for these championships. So, all right, let's get ready to rock the roost here. She wants 16A2, Emil. All right, so the opening pass attempted by Lucy Roberts is going to be at 16 meters. Zero offsetting, which hasn't really changed since it started, if we're being honest, at Alpha 2. And on top of the water, coming to us out of Manchester in England, this is Lucy Roberts. Now, Lucy Roberts has spent a little bit of time in the United States during the off-season, skiing over at the Bennett's World Ski School over in Zachary in Louisiana. And looking to try and put some of that training to good use. Oh, a little... Oh, no! And getting broken over off buoy number 1. Oh, and taking a bit of a hit there. Oh, no, we need to get the medical personnel in there quickly. She's taken a hit, and she looks like she's bleeding. Right, that towboat needs to get back to her quickly. She gets broken over off buoy number 1 into number 2. She bounces in towards that area, and she's laying on her back. Well, it looks like she's moving around okay. Oh, my word. Took a big old hit there off number 1 and into number 2. And unfortunately for Lucy Roberts, going down at this early stage of the competition. Okay. We'll return with live coverage here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships right after this. All right, there, back to continuing and live coverage of the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships of the World. So, Next competitor up is going to be Tamara da Costa of Peru. She's in the water, getting ready to go, and I think it's going to be something along the lines of 16 meters. Okay, it looks like we've got another scratch here. Tamara da Costa not on the water. The skier on the water on 16 meters with Alpha 2. Alpha 1, actually. Alpha 1. It's going to be Emma Scott. Entrance coming in, round buoy number 1. A little bit narrow on number 2, but managing to still stay with the run. Oh, getting a little broken over into number 3, but managing to run the opening pass of 16 meters. That is Emma Scott. So, doing okay with the opener. Our next skier, that is Emma Brown of Chile on the starting dock. And we'll see what Emma can do now that she's gotten the probably the most difficult pass out the way, which for most skiers is the opener. Gets that under her belt, and we'll look forward to seeing her back in on 14.25 meters. We're yet to get the full status on Lucy. On Lucy Roberts, our first skier out, to taking a big old hit there off of buoy number 1 into number 2. Okay, looks like it's going to be 16 meters coming back for Emma Scott. Just getting that indication from the towboat. Here she comes. There she goes on round number 3 and number 4. Keeping the flow going up until buoy number 5, and she goes down having scored 4 1/2. So that's 4 1/2 there on the 16 meter. And the 16 meter pass at max speed of 55K. Okay, so looking at the tail end of this instant replay, getting around number 4. Just having a hard time getting everything locked in and together off buoy number 5, and scores 4 1/2 for her troubles out there. All right, there. Emma Brown from Chile is our next competitor.
You use the handle or no? You're gonna use it.
All right, we'll try and get you some information there on. Okay, so 18.25 meters on Alpha 2. All right, not looking too bad so far. Round buoy number 1. Just trying not to do too much out the ordinary here. Taking a bit of air from 4 into 5, but managing to settle it down. A little bit more into buoy number 6. So there we go. And looks like the gates are going to be under review at this time. So we'll take a look at the instant. We'll take a look at the instant replay possibly to. As we see our next skier, actually Juliana Cobo of Mexico, getting ready to go. So far as Emma Brown is concerned, let's have a look at some of her best scores. They've been a little up and down. The gates are approved, which means she will continue on to 16 meters. But as I was saying, with Emma Brown, she's gotten into 14.25 meters on 1 or 2 occasions. Some of her other scores have been a smattering of scores into 18.25 meters and 16, give or take. So here we go. This is Emma Brown. Emma Brown on 16 meters now. And the orange loop. And getting things done, it looks like, from here. Oh, a little bit of a bump there going into number 6, but she manages to control it well enough. So, our Chilean skier, that is Emma Brown. Pulling out nice and wide. And shortening the rope to 14.25 meters, which is a place where we found the majority of our best scores. All right, just waiting on Emma Brown to make her way back into the course. 2 passes to the good so far. Pass number 3. It's going to be 14.25 meters. Okay, a little on the back of the ski as she rolls in towards buoy number 1, and unfortunately unable to get much of an effective edge change into that turn, unable to connect up and go cross course. So it's going to be it's going to be half a buoy. It is half a buoy. All right, so it's Emma Brown from Chile, just not holding on to that line as it got a little tight on her. So. All right, so it's just taken a little bit. We'll look at the instant replay of Emma Brown. Looked like a good turn, but handle got up a little bit high and just unable to put into effect decent line control. So, hey Jake, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty well, Tony. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. It's been a while since we spoke, and certainly a little bit since we last shared an announcing the table together about 2 years ago at the Elite World Championships. Been slaloming pretty well, I see.
My set went pretty well. I'm pretty happy with my score.
All right, let's take a look at it. This is 11.25 meters. We're looking at the instant replay. So tell us a little bit about this.
So my 1 ball, I thought it was pretty good. I got a little popped up, but I was in pretty good position in 2. 2, I ended up making a pretty big turn, got pretty crunched through the wakes, and just made an attempt to get an S-turn at 3, and I successfully got back to the wakes before the boat guides.
Do you practice that S-turn a bit?
It seems to happen often.
Okay. There are a few skiers that I know here that are top-level slalom skiers that haven't gotten haven't gotten much practice in producing an S-turn and find themselves a little bit wanted. But so 3 at 38 off, that ties your PB, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
All right then. So do you reckon that that's going to be enough to send you through to the next round, or maybe?
There's a lot of good skiers here, and I really hope I can make finals, but I won't be upset if I don't.
Okay, well that's good. That's fair enough, I guess. So that's Jake Abelson. We'll continue on. We've got Juliana Okobo, and we wish Jake Abelson the very best of luck, especially in the tricks event, which we should see some fireworks from him as he competes against the likes of Martin Labra and Matias Gonzalez as one of the favorite skiers. All right then, folks, here we go. This is Juliana Okobo. All right, let's rock the roost now. We have got Juliana Okobo, who comes to us out of Mexico. All right, 18.25, looking good. Looking strong, just trying to manage her speed. Ooh, getting into a little bit of sideways shape there off 4 into 5, but managing to hold it together long enough to run the pass. That is Juliana Okobo. That was the opening run. And she'll take a stab at the 60-meter line. All right, so looking at dockside, our next skier, one of the next skiers to take to the water will be Elena Ahama. All right then, so looks like according to what we're seeing on the dock, our next skier is going to be Elena Hammer. It would appear, therefore, that Daniela Verschweivel not present at this time, who would have been our next skier out of Colombia. Skier on the water is Juliana Okobo from Mexico. She's round buoy number 4. She's trying to maintain her posture, but unfortunately not unable to do so. So it looks like she's going to get a 4 buoy count. 4 buoys on 60 meters, and that will represent the extent of Juliana Okobo's scoring. So not looking too bad, at least at the early parts of the pass. Although the line control started to get a little bit wayward there for her, and then she ended up double pulling in towards number 5 and unable to run the pass. So it looks like it's going to be 4 on 16 meters, and that is Juliana Okobo. All right, skier up next, representing Austria. It is going to be Elena Ahama. Okay, so opening pass, 16 meters. The zero offsetting for Elena is going to be Alpha 2. There is your current leader, Emma Brown, with half a buoy on 14.25 meters. All right, here we go. Elena Ahama. Ooh, getting into all kinds of problems there. Oh, and getting thrown out the front in towards buoy number 6 as well. Oh my word, we're seeing more than a few of these so far in this competition among the men and the women. Wow. It's going to be 5 buoys there total on the opening pass there for Elena Ahama. Didn't look too bad on the, well, I say that off number 1, but that was a best side turn out of that entire pass. But then she got in a little bit behind the boat, and she was recovering quite nicely on this run. And then took a longish turn off buoy number 5, took the hit, and then just got thrown forward off the ski. And pretty gnarly crash there, but certainly not the gnarliest that we've seen in this event so far. And with that, Elena Ahama's day is done. We'll go on to our next competitor out of New Zealand. It's going to be Diaz McKay. And we'll bring her into the course in just a few moments as we look at Elena Ahama trying to run the opening pass, but unfortunately coming up a little bit short as we look at a second to last effective turn off buoy number 4. And then number 5, and then it got really pale-shaped into number 6. We'll be back in a moment. Okay, Diaz McKay from New Zealand. Our penultimate skier in this women's slalom series 4. All right, let's see what we will see. This is Diaz McKay. 60 meters, A2. Not bad. Trying to stay on the top of her ski and just trying to make sure that everything is going okay. Ski a little bit behind her off buoy number 5, but managing to check on it and get the ski around number 6. So, looking in good shape as we get ready for our next competitor after Diaz McKay. It's Sandra Pajot-Boda. Hopefully I pronounced a bit of that right. Anyway, the Sandra bit I'm probably more competent with. But there you go. So Diaz McKay of New Zealand getting through the opener of 16. We'll see what she can do and conjure up something magical there on 14.25 meters on her return pass towards the dock. And Diaz McKay, actually one of the few that filled out their biographical information, and from that I can tell you that she's coached by the likes of Alex King and Kaya Lead, and her dad back home in New Zealand, dad name being Ross. Currently out of Christchurch in New Zealand. This is Diaz McKay. Oh, getting thrown forward a little bit into number 4, but managing to hold it off. There you go. Oh, double pull into number 6, but managing to get it done. Diaz McKay through 16 and 14.25 meters. receiving one or two cheers from the New Zealand team as she works her way towards 30 meters. And Diaz McKay, by the sheer fact that she's run 14.25 meters, has taken the lead with one skier remaining in this series. So Diaz McKay, who started skiing in 2016, and looks like there is a gate review on that pass. There appears to be a gate review on that pass. We'll try and get to the bottom of that very, very soon. So Diaz McKay, among her hobbies, are anything to do with the outdoors, traveling and being with her family, which there is an abundance of in New Zealand. Certainly outdoor activities, certainly one of the epicenters of extreme outdoor activities is a place called Queenstown in the southern island of New Zealand, where activities such as bungee jumping were invented. A.J. Hackett establishing what would be a worldwide brand in that respect. So we're still waiting on the gate review to resolve itself. All right, looks like we got Diaz McKay coming into the course on 13 meters. Gates are approved, which means she can continue scoring. Here she comes on 13 meters. She already has the lead in the women's slalom competition. A little bit of a double pull off number one, round number two. She's still back. She's back in the game here. But unfortunately, handle coming up high. Round number three. And for Diaz McKay, it's going to be a 3-buoy count on 30 meters. Now, based upon what I've seen with her previous results from tournaments like the Northbrook Slalom, where she scored 2 on 13, backed up with a 1, and other scores into 14.25 meters, I would say without too much in the way of reservation that score of 3 on 13 meters is probably a personal best for her. I'm getting 1 or 2 nods from the New Zealand camp. Is that right? Maybe a PB? I don't know. You don't know, obviously. But there we go. So 3 buoys on 13 meters. Not getting the best of starts at number 1, but considering where she ended up, she did remarkably well to recover as much as she did. I don't think she would have fancied going out the front on her way to number 4. That's probably why she pulled up on that one. But anyway. All right then, so there's your leaderboard. Diaz McKay with 3 on 13 meters. Emma Brown with half on 14. And we'll go on to our last competitor, Sandra Bajuboda from Spain, in just a few moments right after this. All right, back in with continuing live coverage of this, the U21 World Water Ski Championships. Coming to you live from Boca Laguna, just outside Chapala in Mexico. All right, one last skier to go in this section of the slalom event, Women's Series 4. Then we're going to Women's Series 3, where there will be 11 skiers in that series. So we've still got quite a bit of slalom in there to go before we go into the tricks event, which will feature the men in Series 4 and Series 3, followed by the same series of tricks in the women's competition. All right then, folks. So 16 meters. is going to be the opening pass. Sandra Bajuboda. All right, here we go, folks. Sandra Bajuboda. Oh, on the back of the ski off buoy number 1. She has dug herself a big hole there off the first 2 buoys, and unfortunately doesn't quite have a big enough shovel to get herself out of that mess with the gate shot and buoy number 1. Just couldn't get the ski to turn on the front. Just handle up high and on her inside. Then she tried to make a play on number 2, and unfortunately the same kind of turn happened there. So that is going to be a 2 buoy total on 18.25 meters on the 16-meter line, but her score will be, because it was less than the full pass, it will be scored as an 18.25 meter attempt. So that is Sandra Bajuboda. And we're now going to go on to Women's Series 3 after a brief pause. Let's have a quick look at that leaderboard. Diaz Mackay of New Zealand is in the lead with 3 on 13 meters. That puts well in excess of a complete pass ahead of Emma Brown of Chile, Elena Ahamaro with 5 on 16, Emma Scott with 4.5 on 16, Juliana Cobo running off the top 5 with 5 on 16. All right, we've got some more slalom skiing to come, and we'll return to the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
All right then, folks. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage of the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships. Glad to have you on board, no matter where you happen to be around the world. We are about to go into Slalom Women's Series 3. And our first competitor out, and representing Chile, is going to be Augustina Vara. All right, so there is your starting list. Augustina Vara will take to water first, followed by Hannah Stopnicki of Canada, then Ana Jose Anguelo and Martina Font, both from Mexico, starting off in numbers 3 and 4. Courtney Williams of New Zealand, number 5. Molly Lee from Great Britain will be 6 off the dock. Then Ronja Parasol of Germany, followed by Emma Wenzel, also of Germany. Then Dara Lachance of Canada, Alexia Abelson from the United States, and Lane Maroney of Australia. So, okay, so here we go. A skier who we know to be an extremely capable jumping competitor. We don't see her slalom too much. And coming into the course on 60 meters for the opening pass. 18.25 meters, I beg your pardon. And skiing with Bravo 1. This is Augustina Vara from Chile. Looking good, looking in good shape. A skier who has skied the vast majority of her collegiate time at the University of Alabama, home of the Crimson Tide over there in Tuscaloosa. And so far as Tuscaloosa is concerned and the site of Lymanland, TWBC will be there a little bit later on in the season for the Malibu Open. You can make sure that you're able to watch that by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. You subscribe and you can participate in the live chat. And if you hit the bell icon, whenever we go live, you will be informed. Okay, so 18.25 meters under a belt. All right, so looks like we're getting a good few messages coming down. Coming in, Augustina Vara, 60 meters. Oh, nice. There you go. Augustina Vara for Chile. Getting through the opening 2 passes of 18 and 16 meters. We'll see how much further she can go. Looks like our next skier on the dock getting ready to go isn't Hannah Stopnicki. It's Ana Jose Angulo of Mexico. So there's another change to the running order. But let's continue to watch the progress of Augustina Vara from Chile. 14.25 meters. Now, so far as Augustina is concerned with previous scores that she's been able to produce, the best that she's produced in slalom has been about halfway down 30 meters, which would require her to run this next one, which is 14. Gets it to go, round buoy number 2. Trying to stay on top of her ski as much as she can here. Not trying to overcook these turns. There you go. That is a 14.25 meter run. And that puts her within half a pass of what I project to be her personal best of 3. She scored 2 on a number of occasions, 1 on a smattering of other occasions as well. Augustina Vara. And of course, those excursions into the 30-meter line that I mentioned were all at max speed of 55K. She has gone into 12 meters before, but that was in her previous skiing life as a junior competitor. Let's have a look and see what Augustina Vara has up her sleeve with the next attempt, the next pass being 13 meters. Right, I hear the towboat making its way back towards the slalom course. This here is Augustina Vara, 13 meters now. Round 1. Good to go round number 2. Pulling a little long into number 3, but she's still got a tight line here. Here she comes. She's round 5. Can she make it round buoy number 6? Oh yeah, Augustina! 13-meter pass, and what appears to be a personal best for her, and she'll continue to ski to 12. Great skiing here from Augustina Vara. The Chileans certainly off to a sprightly start in these championships with the skiers that have come before and the skier that's on the water now. 12 meters coming right up for Augustina Vara. A good portion of the reason why she was able to run through 30 meters is she's got some grit out there on the course. Determination in abundance. Not the prettiest of slalom styles, but it's effective. So now, Augustina Vara, 12 meters. She has the lead. She's taken that away from Diaz Mackay of New Zealand. And now wants to try and push herself closer to possibly making it through to the women's slalom final. And that could well be determined with how far she can get down through 12 meters, which is going to be 1, but fair play to her. She hasn't gone into 12 meters all that often coming into this competition, but 1 on 12 meters, a respectable score there for Augustina Vara. Brought the handle in, didn't have too much rotation off the ski to hook up with, and makes do with a score of 1 buoy on 12 meters. So there we go, Augustina Vara. All right then, so there is your leaderboard. Augustina Vara with 1 on 12 meters, Diaz Mackay with 3 on 13, and Emma Brown with half on 14, representing your top 3 right now. We'll return right after this. All right then, folks, getting ready to bring out our next competitor, who is going to be Ana Jose Angulo of Mexico. Selected A2 on what appears to be 16 meters. And as we get ready to go, just a quick word about the TWBC podcast. The latest episode featured an interview with the IWWF president, Jose Antonio Perez Priego. You can listen to that podcast, which was conducted yesterday, by going to Spotify, to Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, iHeart Podcast, or wherever else you listen to your favorite podcast, TWBC Podcast. All right then, folks. Ana Jose Angulo of Mexico coming into the course with the opening run. It's going to be 16 meters. The rope is affixed on the orange loop, indicating the 16-meter line, or 53 feet of rope. Nicely done. Should have no worries with that, and gets the run under her belt as she continues down the lake. And will get shortened down to 14.25 meters in rapid procession. All right, so next competitor to go, also from Mexico, is going to be Martina Font. Be sure to check out skiprogear.com, skiprogear.com. If you want to get a grip on your competition, go to skiprogear.com. Davide Gandola from Italy at the helm of that record-setting Ski Nautique towboat from Correct Craft. Thank those guys very much indeed for providing us with the vital tool necessary in order for us to have these World Championships. So here we go, folks. On the water, Ana Jose Angulo of Mexico. This is going to be a 14.25 meter attempt. Nice turn on buoy number one, getting good control so far. A little on the back, a little bit down course, but managing to make it up with a little bit more grunt behind the boat. There you go. Good skiing there from Ana Jose Angulo of Mexico. In good shape out there, and two passes to the good with a 16 and 14 meter pass under a belt. 30 meters comes up right away. So, looking at the schedule for the remainder of the day, we've got Women's Slalom Series 3 on right now, and then we're going to go into men's tricks for Series 4 and 3, and then women's 4 and 3. So that's going to be our agenda for the day. We'll have plenty more skiing. We'll see the first of our jumping events tomorrow. So here at Boca Laguna, all right, now working up to speed, which is the maximum of 55 kilometers an hour. This is Ana Jose Angulo of Mexico. Round buoy number one. Good strike on number two. This is the 30-meter line. She's getting it done here. Look at her go round number four. Good to go round number five. Can she make it round six? Yes, she can. So good shot in the arm for the hometown fans here in Mexico. That is Ana Jose Angulo. So just looking at this instant replay, in very good shape. from the first turn all the way through to the last. So let's have a look and see where her personal best lies. So she's gone through 14.2, she's gone through 13 meters. Her personal best is about 2/3 of the way down 12 meters. I'm seeing scores here of 3 and 4, and there's only really been running through 30 meters within the last tournament or so. So if she could conjure up something along those lines here, then she could be a force to be reckoned with. Ana Jose Anguelo. This now is 12 meters. Needs to start. Good tight line off buoy number 1. A little bit of a delay there, but managing to get round number 2. She's halfway down this pass. Let's see if she can make it outside number 4. Not quite. She's going to have 3 on 12 meters, which looks like to be equal to a second best score, which she produced at a recent tournament here in June. But there you go. That is Ana Jose Anguelo of Mexico with a score of 3 on 12 meters. And that is going to be a good shot in the arm for the Mexican team going forwards. 3 buoys on 12. Decent start off number 1. A little bit of a delay, but not enough to really affect it too much into number 2. Took in a whole bunch of speed into number 3 and then had an even bigger delay there. But unfortunately, in this instance, couldn't make up the deficit and it ends up with 3. So, skier about to take to the water, representing Mexico as well. It's going to be Martina Font. All right, Martina Font. This should be a 16-meter opening pass. 16-meter, A2. All right, here comes Martina. All right, let's see. Up to speed. The last major tournament was over at Junior Mumbo Masters this past March, which she scored half a buoy on 30 meters. So she does have a little bit of form coming into this event through 16 and now gets ready for 14.25 meters. She also competed at the U17 World Championships where she scored 1.5 on 30 meters for a 22nd place finish, and has smattering of scores along the 40-meter run and on 18 and 16 here and there, you know, so her slalom kind of runs hot and cold a little bit, but we'll see if she can get to 30 meters and really put some heat on some of our competitors that have been and those that are yet to come. All right, so looking along the starting dock, we see Courtney Williams, who comes to us out of New Zealand. We'll wait for her to take to water, then followed by Molly Lee from Great Britain, then 2 Germans, 1 Canadian, 1 American, and 1 Australian to round off the slalom for today. Here comes Martina Font, representing Mexico. Ordinarily trains over in Winter Garden in Horizon West, area of Orlando, Florida. Looking, a little bit broken over off number 4, but she tries to recover and unfortunately has to make do with a 4.5 buoy count on 30 meters. A little bit disappointing there for Martina Font, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Just got a little bit of separation into number 2. Just couldn't really reel it back in for Bowie's number 3 and indeed number 4 where she fell. Actually number 5, I beg your pardon. So it is a 4.5 buoy count. And that was on 30 meters for Martina Font. Skier about to take to the course for her opener pass. Coming to us out of New Zealand, it will be Courtney Williams. Okay, I'm sure that her father, Glenn Williams, is watching all the way from New Zealand. I'm sure it'll be quite early in the morning or extremely late at night. Here we go, folks. Coming in, this is Courtney Williams, 60-meter opening pass. A2, Alpha 2 on the 0 off. Oh, getting broken over a little bit there into number 4. Is in all kinds of trouble here. Owen is inside buoy number 6. Oh, my word there. Courtney Williams gone into almost impossible shape to recover from. Courtney Williams from New Zealand. Got a good start on number 1, but beyond buoy number 2, couldn't really get settled in to a technique, especially as she got round buoy number 3. She just overloaded off number 3, as a matter of fact. And then tried to make a little bit of progress here round buoy number 5. And by that time, she was able to fully recover. The number 6 buoy was whizzing past her, so it's going to be a 5 buoy count on the opening pass of 18.25 meters. Looking at the instant replay once again before we move on to our next competitor, Molly Lee from Great Britain. But just couldn't really get settled into a technique. And there you go, 6 buoy, there we go. Passing the 6 buoy and scoring 5 on the opener. And we'll be back right after this with Molly Lee from Great Britain. All right then, next skier up from Great Britain is going to be Molly Lee. Great to have your support here for these World Championships, and great to have all of the sponsors involved as well. All right then, line length should be 60 meters.
What do you want?
Okay, 60 meters, I assume it would be Alpha 2 unless you see otherwise. Molly Lee, who is a student and trains over at JB Ski at the site that was formerly known as Thorpe Park. Skied her first competition in 2018, which means that she's been involved in the sport for about 5 years. Oh, a little bit flat-footed into number 1. Round number 2, now she's going to really have to fight this out if she can possibly do so. She's round buoy number 4. Oh my word, she's round buoy number 5. Does she make it round number 6? Miracle of all miracles, she makes it round all 6 buoys on the opening pass of 16 meters, and she was in deep after buoy number 1. Another skier struggling to settle into a technique on the opening pass, but managing to get the pressure behind the boat when it counted, not overworking the turns, which was a good thing there for Molly Lee, because that enabled her to stay on top of the water and get through the opening pass of 16 meters. Molly Lee from Great Britain comes to us out of London. Not very specific as to where in London she comes from. It's a big enough city. Central London, okay. That helps, but not much. All right then, so Molly Lee has run through 16 meters. Let's see if she can get settled down now. Personal best is around 2 on the 12-meter line. Oh, getting in all kinds of shape there. Off 1 into number 2. Just cannot get that ski to turn on the left side, or offside, but she manages to get a little further down the course. She manages to get round buoy number 6 on 14. And I don't know for the life of me how she was being able to get through the opening 2 passes. I mean, 16 meters was bad enough, but 14.25 meters and not getting much angle off the ski in 1, 3, and 5. Let's see if she can just take a deep breath and get settled in. Just let the ski do the work and don't push on it too much, I guess. All right, and let's have a look at some of the other scores that Molly Lee has produced. Scores into 13 meters for the vast majority of performances within the last 24 months. But a breakthrough score of 2 on 12 meters was performed at the Malibu Team Jump event, which took place towards the end of last season. Here comes Molly Lee. This now is 13 meters. Good start. Oh, still a little flat off the turn off number 1. Now she's really going to have to work it, and I believe that's going to be a 1 1/2 buoy score for Molly Lee on 30 meters. So there we go. Molly Lee not getting the best of starts on number 1 and just flat skied it into buoy number 2. Tries to bring the handle in to bring the ski round quicker under the line. Unfortunately, there was nothing doing there with that effort there for Molly Lee. Lucky enough to actually make it to 13 meters based upon what I saw on the opening 2 runs. So fortunate to get round 1 and get enough of 2 and pinging the handle just before the center line of the boat wakes, which will suggest that she scored 1.5 on 30 meters. And we will return with more action, continuing on with Ronja Parasel of Germany next. All right, the towboat returns to the dock. Our boat crew, consisting of Davide Gondola and Emil Ritter, along with our TWBC camera person. Our boatload there getting ready to bring on our next competitor, our first competitor from Germany, Ronja Parasol. So I believe it's going to be 60 meters. Here's the difference though. She's electing to go with Sierra 1, Charlie 1.
Emily, what do you want?
So just waiting for her to slip on into the water. Get ready for her opening pass, which will be 60 meters, Charlie 1. Not the most conventional settings on the 0 off, but whatever works for her. All right, let's see where this goes. Here we go, Ronja Parasol of Germany. Rolls the ski into its edge. Oh, good turn on buoy number 1. Very, very aggressive there. Looks like she's been skiing here a while. There you go, 60-meter opening pass. Nicely done. And 14.25 meters will be imminent there for Ronja Parasol. So beautiful conditions here. A little bit of a wind. It's a tailwind on the opening pass and a little bit of a head breeze coming back. So just waiting for the line to tighten up, and we're going to take Ronja Parasol. Taking a quick look at the swimming pool, or rather the jacuzzi pool with our camera there. This is where our skiers kind of like chill down a little bit and also wash off their equipment. Let's have a look and see. Ronja Parasol. Oh, nice early approach into buoy number 3. Likewise at number 4. She seems to have a pretty, I was about to say had a pretty good handle and almost lost the handle around buoy number 5 on her way to 6. But managing to beat Johnny on the spot there and noticing that and getting around all 6 buoys there on 14.25 meters. That is Ronja Parasol. So a decent performance so far running the opening 2 passes. We will see how things continue to go for her. Looking at some of her performances in recent times, or relatively recent times, because any record of her competing in the tournament goes back to 2022. That would be last year. And has had scores into 12 meters on a smattering of occasions, but most of her scores have ended up being on 13 meters, which is the next pass that we will see Ronja attempt. Having run 16 and 14, this now is 13 for Ronja Parasol of Germany. Round buoy number 1 gets a good strike there. Round number, handle up high off number 2. Now she's really having to work, and unfortunately, the ski riding up over the line off buoy number 3. It is going to be a 2.5 buoy score on 30 meters. 2 1/2 on 30 meters. Still in the lead is Augustina Vara with a 1 buoy count on 12. And this has gotten relatively close. Ana Jose Angualo with 3 buoys on 12 is currently in second spot. And there, slotting into third, is Ronja Parasol of Germany on 2 1/2. So the start wasn't all that bad. I mean, she long poled it into number 2 and had to get rid of the slack double time, but unfortunately it affected her position, and that concludes her run. Let's not also forget Diaz Mackay in the previous series with 3 on 13 meters, slotting into third, and Ronja Parasol in fourth. And we'll be back with our next competitor, Emily Wenzel, who will be coming right at you next. Okay, back on to continuing action here at the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Boca Laguna, just outside Chapala in Mexico. Skier on the water, or about to take to the water rather, is Emily Wenzel. And it's going to be a 60-meter line. And I suspect, unless I hear otherwise, it's going to be a Alpha 1. Okay, it's Bravo 1. Okay, getting the information in real time here. Bravo 1 for Emily Wenzel. So Emily Wenzel, quite an effective overall skier from what I can recall. And good skiing there from her on the opening pass. And through the exit gates and activating the 50 seconds of drop time that they have on each end. Emily Wenzel. Try and get some information on her. I'm sure there's plenty to work with. All right, so Emily Wenzel looking at some of her scores this season. She competed in the U17 World Championships where she scored 2.5 on 13 meters. Finished second in the overall competition with that 2.5 buoy score of 30 meters, combining with 39.1 meters in jump and 48.70 in tricks. Also competed in the Copa Los Andes that took place in Chile before the Junior World Championships, you know, just for a little bit of a tune-up competition there for her. And she scored 5 on 30 meters there. So looking to see if Emily Wenzel can get through the 30-meter run and maybe post up a score that will give a few of the skiers something to chase. Of course, the top score as it stands right now is 1 at 12 meters. Emily Wenzel doing a fine job with 16 and 14. Now the critical 30-meter run is imminent for Emily Wenzel. All right, then continuing to roll right along with our schedule. Women's Slalom Series 3 on right now. Then we go into Men's Tricks Series 4 and 3, followed by Women's Tricks Series 4 and 3. That is how things shape up so far as our schedule is concerned. Of course, a good few of our people around here very well aware of the heat here, and they're just trying to stay hydrated as much as possible. So as we see on the starting dock, Dara Lachance of Canada. We'll continue on with Emily Wenzel. This is 13 meters. Entrance, oh, and broken over at the waist on buoy number 1. Not the best of starts there for Emily Wenzel. Getting half a buoy for her effort out there on 13 meters. Just gotten broken over and gotten just, her hips gotten separated there. All right, so that was Emily Wenzel, and looking at that instant replay one more time. Good vantage point this from the towboat. Handle, the outside arm reaching across for the handle, and that stops the ski cold and does not allow her to continue skiing. So we are down to 3 more slalomers before we put a wrap on that event and move on to the tricks discipline. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Leaderboard should show Augustina Vara in the lead with 1 on 12 meters. Actually, and Ana Jose Anguelo with 3 on 12 meters has the lead with that particular score. We're going to go on to our next competitor, Daria Lachance of Canada, in a moment, so sit tight as we have continuing coverage of the U21 Worlds. All right, skier next is Dara Lachance from Canada. Looks like she'll be going on the 16-meter line, less or no difference. All right, here we go, folks, from Canada, Dara Lachance. Good speed, working his way up to 55K, or 34 miles an hour. This is Dara Lachance. Looking strong. Not doing too much out the ordinary there with the turns. Just allowing the ski to do what it's designed to do and weave in and out of those turns. So that's Dara Lachance. Looking over towards the dock, we should see Alexia Abelson. And not too far away should be Lane Maroney of Australia to round off the event. All right, here we go. Skier on the water, Daria Lachance. Okay, so there was a gate review on the opening pass. So Daria Lachance from Canada, working her way towards the course now. Safe in the knowledge that that a score on the opening pass is good. Second pass, not looking too bad at this time. Getting broken over a little bit into one or two of those turns, but it's not looking in too bad of a shape so far for Daria Lachance. So settling in to a workout there with the opening two runs. Daria Lachance. So, coming to us out of Lucasville in Canada, coached by the likes of Matt Reaney, Cole Grant, and Drew Ross. Two of those individuals are actually here on site as part of the coaching entourage of Canada. Has been skiing since 2014. Which means this will be a 9th season of activity out there on the water. And for Daria Lachance, her best score so far this year at the Junior World Championships is a 2-buoy count on 12 meters. Daria Lachance. This is 30 meters. Oh, and gets flipped over the front of the ski. Another horrific crash there. And this time it's Daria Lachance. Oh, my word. We'll take a look at this on the 13-meter line. She just absolutely got launched off that turn off buoy number 1. Got across the wake. Boom. Oh, my word. And she did well to soften up the impact there. And as if to add insult to injury, there's a gate review. Just rolled her shoulder and complete ejection out of that ski. Wow. Well, we know that it's... Well, if she gets the gate approved, it's going to be 1. And if it isn't, it's going to be 0. So we'll find out in a moment. But that is Daria Lachance. It is 0 on 30 meters, 0 on 30 meters. 0 at 30 meters. And while we wait for the boat to make its way back to the dock, we'll take a brief pause. We'll be back right after this.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
right, returning to continuing action here at Boca Laguna, the site of the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships. The skier about to take to the water is going to be Alexia Abelson. Okay, coming in on Alpha 2. Coming in. Opening pass. Alexia Abelson. Alexia Abelson, who splits her time between Arizona and New Hampshire. Not looking too bad on the opening pass. 60 meters under her belt and getting ready for 14.25 meters. So there is David Gandola from Italy at the helm of that towboat. And a reminder once again to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. By subscribing, you become a part of the community that is involved in the live chat during events such as this. And by hitting the bell icon, you will be emailed notification as to when the next live event from TWBC is broadcast live. So, Alexia Abelson should be making her way back towards the course anytime now. Alexia, whose best scores that I'm seeing right now, I'm looking at the Junior Worlds. She got 1.5 on 30 meters, but she has had better scores, such as those at the Botas Pro-Am the past season, 2022, where she has scored about 3.5 on the 12-meter line. So she's definitely capable of running this 14.25 meters and then some. It's not looking bad, looking fairly strong as a matter of fact, and gets round all 6. Alexia Abelson, who has been slaloming for the effectively for the past couple of seasons, the majority of tournaments that she competed in, 2018 and 2019, the majority of those competitions were trick only, but she's decided to diversify a little bit her tournament water skiing portfolio, as it were. Let's see what Alexia Abelson has. She trains over at Squam Lake. The first ever event was when she was around about 8 years of age. Let's see what Alexia Abelson can produce right here and now. 16 and 14 under her belt. 13 meters comes up now. Rolls into the first turn. There's number 1. She's there on buoy number 2. She's still there on top of the ski. Nice and calm on the turns. Putting in the pressure behind the boat. Exactly where it counts. And that is a 6 buoy count on 30 meters for Alexia Abelson. There is very, very little to fault with this pass. A little bit of slack on number 1 if we're going to really get deep into the weeds with her technique, but everything else from there looked very, very smooth, including the edge changes into her offside. She's a right foot forward skier, which means that 2, 4, and 6 is going to be a better side for her. 1, 3, and 5 where she has to ski neutral and try not to overcook the balance, as it were. But there you go. That is a 6 buoy count on 30 meters. Now, let's start talking PBs here. She slalom 1.5 on 30 meters. She's already exceeded that. She put that performance into the books at the U17 World Championships. 3 on 12 meters is the lead score, so she's got that to chase. And if she can get around that total, that might actually end up being a PB. Let's have a look and see what Alexia Abelson can do from the United States. Round 1, good shot. Round 2, even better shot. This is 12 meters. Round number 3, she's still there. Look at her go. She's round number 4. This is 12 meters for Alexia Abelson. Oh, and collapses in towards buoy number 6. I don't know if she got past the center line of the course, but for all intents and purposes, that's a new PB for Alexia Abelson with a 4.5 buoy score on 12 meters provisionally at this time. Got settled in and then just sent it down the course there on 12 meters. She has the lead with at least 4.5 on 12 meters. It could well be 5 if the ski got far enough behind the boat going cross course. She gets around that buoy number 5. Just anxiety just ate her up and spat her out for breakfast. Coming off buoy number 5, making her way into buoy number 6. Fell short of the wake, which means that it is a 4.5 buoy score for Alexia Abelson on 12 meters. That's a good shot in the arm for Team USA, of which Alexia Abelson is a member of. Just got into it and then got off edge and was thinking about 5 at least, and then said, okay, let's see if we can try for 6. And by the time all that thought process resolved itself, she went crashing into the wakes. Hopefully not as badly as some of our other skiers are concerned, but it is 4.5 on 12 meters for Alexia Abel. Lynn Maroney of Australia coming into the course on 60 meters with the Alpha 2 setting on Alpha 1 setting on the 0 off. I beg your pardon. Looking in good shape. Almost gotten broken over into buoy number 4, but managing to stay tough. And we'll definitely have something to think about there going into 14.25 meters next. But for this instance, Lynn Maroney of Australia gets the job done on the opener. 16 meters. It's a 5 buoy score confirmed there for Alexia Abelson. Here's me thinking it was 4.5, and the judges come through with 5. And yes, the clarification from our official says that she hung on long enough to get deep enough into the wakes to score 5 and retain the skiing position up until the time that she fell. All right then, so Lane Maroney from Australia, rounding off the slalom event for today. Everything else that we do from here on out concerns the trekking event with the men's and women's series 4 and 3 in that order. Here comes Lynn Maroney. Seems to have found some confidence out there on the slalom course and gets the job done. All right, so Elaine Maroney, who comes to us from a skiing family over there in Australia. hasn't provided us with an awful lot of information to work with, but some of the things that I can tell you about her is she's been able to get into 12 meters in recent times over at the Snowman Slalom and Trick. Over at the Snowman Slalom and Trick competition, which took place not too long ago over at Moala. All right there, so in the lead at this point with 5 on 12 meters, and hopefully we'll get a little bit of time to talk to her. Alexia Abelson, if you can make your way over here, that would be fantastic. Coming in on 13 meters. Now, Lane Maroney. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep there on buoy number 3 on 13 meters and bringing the handle up a little bit high, stopping the skis turning cold. So there we go. That's Lane Maroney. It's going to be 2.5, I believe, on 13 meters, which will represent the concluding action of the slalom event for today. There will be plenty more slaloming to come in the next day or so with our latter series of skiers. Of course, we're in the early part of this competition, so a little bit early to determine who could potentially make it through to the final. It's 12 skiers that advance through to the final from the elimination round. The 12 best scores, irrespective of what series they came from. Lane Maroney just working her way through a good portion of this run and getting to that buoy and scoring what I believe to be 2.5. 2.5 on 13 meters. The boat making its way back to the dock, and the leaderboard, as it stands right now, shows Alexia Abelson with 5 on 12 meters for a brand new PB for her. Ana Jose Agualo from Mexico with 3 on 12 meters is in second place. Augustina Vara with 1 on 12 meters in third. Diaz Mackay with 3 on 13 meters currently in fourth place. And Ronya Parasol and Lane Maroney tying for fifth place right now, both on 2.5 on 13 meters. So we've got those scores, and now we've got Alexia Abelson coming into the announcing position, and we're gonna put a set of headphones on you, and then we're gonna get that microphone switched on. Yeah, I know you're a little wet, but those headphones are designed for that. Okay. All right there, Alexia. Wow, 5 buoys, 12 meters, new PB. Must be pretty stoked.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I've wanted to get that many. I mean, I wanted to run it, but, you know, close enough for now. All
right then, let's re-rack that pass, and okay, we're going to get the creative genius that is Vincent Stadelbauer with this with a re-rack of this pass, 12 meters. Guide us through this.
Well, when the gate, it felt really good, and I thought I had it. And then going around 1 and 2, I mean, when I go around 2, I haven't gone around 2 in like 4 months, so that felt really good. And then when I got to 5 ball.
Well, there was number 3 right there. Yeah. You brilliant turn on number 4.
Yeah, and then when I got to 5, I'm like, oh, I have it. But then I kind of freaked out a little and kind of ate it across the legs.
There was a split second there that you probably said to yourself, okay, I'm done here. Let's go to 5. And then another split second later said, okay, 6 might actually be doable. But by the time you got to the wakes, 5 buoys is what you got, and so far. So 5 buoys on 12 meters, a new personal best. Okay, so what happens from here? Tricks event, and will you be jumping as well?
Yeah. you know, getting there.
All right then. So actually, good performance to set a potential overall score on the way. So congratulations to you. New personal best, 5 on 12 meters, and we look forward to seeing more of you in this event. And I have to let you into a little bit of a secret here.
Okay.
You're actually more talkative than Jake.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
All right, then. Okay. There'll be a little bit of a battle between you and Jake in that respect. But there you go. Alexia Abelson, ladies and gentlemen. She takes the lead with 5 on 12 meters. And we thank you very much. And we look forward to talking with you some more, Alexia.
Thank you.
All right, then. And with that, we'll take a pause and we'll go into our tricks event in a few minutes' time. This is the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships coming to you live from Boca Laguna in Chapala, Mexico. And we'll take a break. And when we return, we'll be throwing some tricks out at you. Back after that.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody's very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, you know, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, you know, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, you know. And Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
I'm involved with the Flow Point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
Well, hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's nearly the afternoon anyway. We're about 35 minutes out of midday. And this is the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships. Pleasure to have your company once again. My name's Tony Lightfoot. And it's going to be tricking for the balance of the day. We've got the men's and the women's tricks in Series 4 and 3 in each instance. We'll do 4 and 3 for the men's and then 4 and 3 for the women. And then that will close out the day's action here on the water here at Boca Laguna. All right then, so we got our Nautique towboat, resplendent in red. The Red Baron, as it were, Mark II. Just taking a quick peek in the inside of that boat, courtesy of our drone pilot there, Connor Pauley. And take another gratuitous look at our Nautique towboat once again as it passes one of the Nautique buoys on its way towards the end of the course. All right, so let's see who we've got to trick in coming up very, very soon. We've got Men's Series 4, and here is the running order. As if by magic, we've got Fletcher Holm. He will take to the water first, representing Sweden. Then Will Roberts is actually scheduled to go next, although he was a no-show for slalom this morning, so might not be tricking this time either. Then Will Gibson of New Zealand, followed by Corey Saddington of Australia, and then Ben Cosgriff of Australia. So, 5 competitors on the list in Series 4, and then we'll go into Men's Series 3, where we have 6 competitors, and then we'll go into the women's trick competition. All right. Keeping an eye on what's going on in the towboat. It makes its way back towards the dock. And then we'll take on Fletcher Holm, who represents Sweden but is a resident over in Colorado, specifically the town of Vail. All right, so Fletcher Holm, who ordinarily represents the Ski Devils of Arizona State University, now gets to represent his nation of Sweden. We'll see what he's got in store for us. Looks like we've got a release person in the boat. Okie dokie, folks. First tricker of these U21 World Water Ski Championships is about to take to the water. From Sweden, Fletcher Holm. Oh. All right then, so Alpha 2, no ballast in the boat, and I think that speed is probably going to be around about 17.2 mile an hour. Just doing a few toe tricks out of course, electing to go with toe tricks. There is a slight breeze behind him, which probably helped to make his decision to do toes a little bit easier with the opening pass. Here he comes. This is going to be a toe 5 back, indeed it is. Fletcher Holm, who has a personal best of 4,920 points. Hasn't been tricking all that much of late. Oh, there we go, Toho in and Toho out. Probably some of his more difficult tricks that he produces. And yeah, he stands up all the way through. So now he's got a second and final pass to come. And, yep, getting off to a sprightly start in the tricks event, as much as he did in the slalom event, where he held the lead all the way through the Series 5 slalom. And it took a fair few skiers in the next series to get anywhere close to his performance in that event. But his tricking isn't looking too bad either. Bulked out on the toe wake back-to-back reverse in favor of doing some more tricks that had the potential of gaining him some more points, including the toe wrap in and the toe out. Remarkable stuff there. Right, a few of our skiers are getting ready for their turn out there. Got our drone pilot there, Connor Pauly, zooming in on some of our spectators here at Boca Laguna. And here we go. We have got on the water Fletcher Holm. All right there. So now he's beefed up the ballast. He's going to do a back roll, back flip for his first move. Then there's the reverse. Here we go, flip twist to the back and then to the front. Turns backwards again for the flip twist back to front. Front flip, oh, nicely done. Look at this. Ski line to the back and to the front. Does he have anything more? Mo back to back, gets decent enough elevation, and he stands up, effectively stands up 2 runs there. Fletcher Holm. How about that for your first tricker off the dock? Wow. Well, I think it's probably safe to say that he's probably tricked a new PB with the array of flips that he had towards the end here, including the flip twist to the back, which was right there, stomped the landing. The recovery took a little bit of a while, but then he went into his flip twist back to front. And then he just stood up and just like it was nothing, boom, knocks down the front flip. And then towards the end, a ski line back, though he took a little bit of time to recover from that one as well. And then he figured, you know what, I'm going to do a Mo back, which he did. And he nailed it. There you go. Tried a couple of side slides at the end and a back-to-back, and he fell on the back-to-back. All right there, so Fletcher Holm. Good, solid effort there. He should be in the lead after one skier. So. All right, under the assumption that Will Roberts is scratched, we'll go on to our next competitor, who comes to us, I believe, out of New Zealand. It'll be Will Gibson. Just waiting on the green light from our officials before we continue on. We're endeavoring to make sure that each one of our competitors knows the, at the very least, the lead trick score before they head out onto the water. So, so everyone has a fair crack at maybe having a shot at the lead, knowing what they need to do to get to that point. All right, so we got Will Gibson waiting patiently before he takes to the water. All right, continuing right along, and as we work our way through this event, just a little bit. Just a quick reminder that the TWBC podcast has just recorded its latest episode. It features the IWWF president, Jose Antonio Perez Priego. A lot of topics were discussed, including the future of the World Championships in its current state, and other spicy topics were discussed as well. You can check that out on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeart, and wherever you choose to listen to your podcast. That's the TWBC podcast, available on most podcast platforms. Looks like we're taking a little bit of time before we take out our first skier, and with that, we're going to step aside for a few seconds. We'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then. Looks like we've got our skier on the water. Our next one out, it's going to be Will Gibson coming to us out of New Zealand. And so wait on him to do his first of 2 20-second runs, positional to the back, then working his way through some initial wake tricks. Nothing too energetic at the moment. Let's see if he can wind this on a little bit with some back-to-backs, wake back-to-backs. About 5 seconds to the end there. There's a Waco. Now let's see if he can do the backflip. Not quite. He cases the top of the wake. However, one person who was able to do the odd backflip here and there was my good friend here, who seems to be fast becoming the skier of the tournament right now. Fletcher Holm. Good skiing there, mate.
Thank you, Tony. Glad to be back up here.
All right, we'll see if we can find a moment or two to actually slip in an instant replay of your performance. But we're looking at the moment. Will Gibson from New Zealand seems to be getting a little bit bogged down with his tricks. Wouldn't you agree there from Will?
Yeah, no, I know he's not too heavily focused on trick, but glad he could get to throw that flip in there. I know that's what he wanted, and we'll see how second run goes.
All right. All right then. So maybe at some other stage we'll probably get to see you tricking again. But I mean, your personal best coming into this competition was about 49.20 along
Correct.
those lines, and that from what I can see there with your toe tricks and your hand tricks, I think that one will climb up a little bit, maybe about 58, maybe touching 6,000 points possibly.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, I focused a lot on trick coming into this, and glad I got to put that run down.
All right then. So well done to you, skier of the tournament so far.
Thank you, Tony.
You're still in the top 5 in slalom, and you are probably going to be leading in the tricks before too long.
Sweet, thank you, Tony.
No worries. You have a great one.
As well.
Relax and get ready for jump. Okay. All right. Here we go. We've got Will Gibson here. Surface O. Surface O there. Goes for the surface 5, which he gets. Surface 5 reverse. Now he's going to try the backflip again. Let's see if he can get the elevation this time. Well, he got the elevation. Unfortunately, he just didn't get the timing right with the landing. So there you go. That is Will Gibson out of New Zealand. Okay, we got a score. We got a score for Fletcher. We got a score for Fletcher Holm, 5160, 5,160 points. 5180, 5180, which is a new personal best. 5180 right from the gut for Fletcher Holm, representing Sweden. And we're just looking here at Will Gibson, getting the height, but just a little bit too far back on the landing, just unable to ski that away. All right, looks like our towboat is getting ready to take out our next competitor, who should be Corey Sandington. All right there, skier on the water now from Australia, Corey Sandington. Just making our turn around the island. All right there, here we go. Corey Sandington. Pass 1 of 2. Let's see what he's got. Representing Australia. He's going to do a positional back, wake front, positional back, wake front. Let's see what he's got. Continuing to go with some surface turns, wake back to back. All right, he's unloading here big time. Let's see what he's got. Waco towards the end. Does he have anything more? Waco reverse, a little flat on that one, I fancy. And wake 5 front goes down hard. Bam, just like that. He had maybe about a second and a half remaining on that run to throw in the odd trick or two. But Corey Sandington didn't look too bad. We'll see what he's got for his second and final handle pass. Yeah, handle coming up a little bit on some of these moves, which didn't exactly help his balance all that much. But still able to throw throw the odd Waco and maybe the odd wake back-to-back in there for good measure. And tried the 5 front, and unfortunately he caught the tail of the ski on the way down. All right, so getting some crowd shots in there. Varying it up a little bit there. Good on you there, Connor. And continuing on with some great competition. We've got, we are in Series 4 men's tricking right now. Then we'll have 6 more skiers in Series 3. Ben Cosgriff is our skier about to take to the water, but he's going to have to be patient for a little while longer as Corey Sandingham is making his way in for pass number 2. All right, here comes Corey Sandington. Toe back and a toe front here and there. There we go, toe wake back and toe wake front. Keeping things on an even keel here. Toe back, reverse toe back. Oh, and he falls on the, while recovering from the reverse toe back and unable to get towards the front. But he appears to be somewhat happy. He'll swim into shore, pile in the rope, and get ready for his next event, which I'm sure will be in the next day or so. But that's Corey Sandington. So, really smashing his toe pass down for as long as he can let's make it for. It's a toe back and toe front. It goes a little bit of a delay, then goes into reverse toe back, and he fell on the reverse toe front, so he should actually get the reverse toe back counted. We'll see in the fullness of time. All right, next competitor, last competitor up in men's Series 4 tricks. It is Ben Cosgriff. All right, then, working our way down to the very end of this series, Series 4. All right, here we go, Ben Cosgriff, who appears to have a personal best around the 2,800 point mark. Scored a 28.70 at the Victoria State, and at the Nationals, trick 28.30. Let's see what he's got. Here comes Ben Cosgriff. To the back, there's the wake front, and there's a wake front reverse. What does he have remaining? Some surface back-to-backs, wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. Does he go for the Waco? Yes, he does. A little bit short of the wake, but he still managed to make it work. Oh, and he goes down. He goes down very hard indeed with that backflip to signal the end of pass number 1 for Ben Cosgriff. Certainly throwing it down out there. No two ways about it. Ben Cosgriff showing us some good stuff out there. Okay, looks like we got a score in for Will Gibson, 1,110. We should get the score for Corey Sandington and Ben Cosgriff once he's done relatively quickly. But as it stands right now, we're just looking here at the tail end of Ben Cosgriff's run. and we'll return to him very, very soon. And we'll be back right after this.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty,
All right then, returning in for pass number 2, Ben Cosgriff. Already got 2 scores in, 51-80, and from Fletcher Holm and Will Gibson with his score of 1,110 points. All getting into a little bit of difficulty with that reverse toe back, and the release person in the boat deciding to err on the side of caution and release him as a result. So his effort there in the tricks event will be based upon the toe back and toe front, and then unfortunately not getting that trick, the reverse toe back, and as he sinks into the water. All right then, we'll go on to Series 3 tricks in the elimination round, and all that to come right after this.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
right then, so looks like we've got some scores coming through. And I do have to say that the Australians are having a bit of a laugh here, I do have to say, because between Corey Sandington and Ben Cosgriff, both of them have scored 1330. 1,330 points for each of the two Australian skiers at the end of the previous series in Series 4. Which means that still in the lead is Fletcher Holm with 51.80. Sandingham and Cosgriff with 13.30, and Will Gibson with 11.10. All right, here's the start list. We got Tono Tiexador from Spain, then Carter Lucas of Canada, Vicente Tiza from Chile, Pablo Alvera of Colombia, Zach Butterfield of the United States, and Joel O'Toole from Australia. All right, so we're up to date on the scores. We'll see if we can get some more through to you, courtesy of the Series 3. All right then, folks. 6 more male skiers to go, and then we'll go into the women's tricking competition. Okay, getting the line set. And up and away, we've got Tono Tiexador from Spain as our UAV follows our tricker into the course. All right, coming in, pass number 1. Looks like he's wrapping behind the leg, which means that this is either going to be a toe O or a toe 5 back. And it's the latter. Toe 8 back to back. Goes in for the toe 8 front, back and front, reverse back, toe back to back, toe back to back. Now winding it on, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Tono Tiexador, good elevation there, toe 8 go. Toe 8 line back. He should be out of time around about here, but he gets a couple of side slides in. Hopefully that'll be in time. But good solid effort there from Tono Tiexador of Spain. So good solid effort there from start to finish there on the opening pass of toes. Just got into it right from the get-go, but decided not to go with the reverse toe 8 back-to-back. A little bit of a risky move, but managing to get out of that situation and can continue rolling in, including this toe 5 front, trying to control his movement with his arms and his hands to maintain his balance, and then looking towards the end there, toe 8 line back. There was the toe 8 front, a couple of sides at the end, and that should do the trick for him. So Tono Tiexador, pass number 2 is on its way. At the helm of that towboat is Chris Alla. coming to us out of Lillington in North Carolina. All right. Okay, let's work our way into this one, shall we? Wake 5 back to get things up and running. A surface back-to-back. Positional to the back, Wake back-to-backs. Does he have anything left? There we go, Wake 5 front. Ski line to the back, good hop over the line. Wake line back. There we go. Does he go for the Wake line front? Yes, he does. You very rarely get to see steps too much anymore, but he stands up both runs, and a good solid effort here in men's Series 3 trekking. That is Tono Tioxador. Good sprightly start there with the Wake 5 back. And then that set him up in a good rat position for the other tricks that followed afterwards. So Tono Tioxador getting into a good feel of this venue. All right, so good solid skiing all the way throughout, staying up both runs. That's what you typically want at the end of the day, making sure that all of those tricks that you performed in between are credit worthy. All right, so from Tono, our next competitor up is going to be Carter Lucas out of Canada. All right, here we go, folks. This is Carter Lucas. Setting the speed. Canada's Carter Lucas now for pass number 1. Looks like he's going to go for the surface toe 5 back, and then he goes in for the surface back-to-backs. Winding it on for the toe. Oh, and he down. No, he's still there. He's still there. How on earth did he escape that? Tell you what, the release person, whoever it is, must have hands of steel. Oh, wow. Got into it, generated a whole bunch of slack. I thought he was done. I thought he was gone. Even Nelly Allah here thought that he was gone and started turning away from the performance. But oh no, he stayed true to the run. And he just winds on in for the toe 5 front. Ooh. Whoa, how on earth? How on earth did he stay upright with that much slack? Whoa, remarkable stuff there from Carter Lucas. There was the toe wake-o towards the end. Toe wake back and to the front. Go toe wake line back. And I don't know how many of these are actually in time, taking into account the amount of slack line that he had off that toe 5 front at the beginning, but tell you what, props to him. Serious props to him. All right, so as our next skier gets ready to take to water, that's Vincente Teaser. We're going to get ready for Carter Lucas, who's still in the midst of him getting switched from one ski to the other. I think actually the rule is for a lot of coaches is if they're not falling out towards their edges. I mean, if their shoulders are upright and they're still skiing with the ski flat to the water, and not about to catch an edge, you leave them. All right, we got a new point score. Tono Tiexador, 45.50. That puts him in second spot behind Fletcher Holm. Here we go, folks. Going with Bravo 3 with a 25% boost in weight by way of ballast. There we go. Flip twist back to front. Cases the second wake. Oh, and he goes down this time on the second trick there. Just not enough elevation and not enough to clear the second wake. And that unfortunately concludes Carla Lucas's effort there in the tricks event. But fair play to him actually standing up through that toe 5 front that most pin people would have let him go on. There, getting the ski, but unfortunately a little bit separated from the line and unable to ride that one out. But props to Carla Lucas surviving the trick pass, and props to Cole Grant for actually keeping him upright on his trick ski in his first pass of toe tricks. So well done to him for that. All right, getting ready for our next competitor from Chile, Vicente Tiza. So Vicente Tiza, who competed in the Latin American Championships, and also plenty of other tournaments leading up to it in 2023 and 2022. So it looks like we got a scratch for Vicente Tiza. That means that Pablo Alvira from Colombia is on the water right now. So Alvaro. So we've got Pablo Alvira coming in right here, right now with his opening pass of toe tricks. Solid skiing so far. Good. Some side slides towards the end. Does he go for the toe wrapping? Oh, yes, he does. And he gets both of them. Toe 8 back and toe front. Solid effort there. Took his time before he went into the toe wrapping. Just made sure he stayed up on top of the water. So as I said, good solid effort there that started off with the toe 5 back. I don't think we'll be seeing too many toe 7s at this stage of the game, and at least until we get into to Series 2, where some of the more intricate trick runs start appearing. But Pablo Alvira, I beg your pardon, out of Colombia. Second to last skier in the men's Series 3 tricks. All right, so Pablo Alvira. Yep, solid as you like on pass number one with toe tricks exemplified there. All right, working our way towards our last skier. Last two skiers, we got Zach Butterfield going, ready to go next. And then Joel O'Toole from Australia. Okay, looks like we got an additional score coming right up. 2,150 for Carter Lucas, 2,150 for Carter Lucas. So that fall on pass number two proving to be costly for Carter Lucas. We'll see what transpires with the Canadian team overall score as the tournament progresses along. All right, here we go. Skier on the water at this time. Pablo Alvira from Colombia. Waiting for the boat speed to get set, and here he comes. Wake back and wake back to back, surface back to back, wake by front, edges out. Oh, he's going to turn backwards. He's going to go for the flip twist back to front. Barely held on to that one. Flip twist, regular flips from side to side now. He's got 3 flips, half the amount that he can do. Here's the 4th one, flip twist to the back. Does he have anything more? He's going to go for the... goes for the reverse flip twist to the back, and unfortunately nothing was doing there, but certainly a good effort there. Hung on for as long as he could, and certainly would have quite easily have gone down there on the first flip, but the determination to continue scoring was very much in evidence there for Pablo Alvira of Colombia. Looking at this pass once again on our instant replay. Looked fairly solid with that one, and then went in for the irregular backflip, which looked as tight as you like. 500 points apiece for each of those backflips, the regular ones. And then significantly higher there with the flip twist to the back. And then caught the tail of the ski and couldn't do any more beyond that. So decent amount of points, but would have hoped for a little bit more than that. All right, there, skier on the water right here, right now is Zach Butterfield. Coming to us out of Sherman in Texas, this is Zach Butterfield. Not looking too bad at the moment. Let's see what he can nail down towards the end. Wake 5 front. Does he have anything more? Yes, he does. There's the back flip. Does he have anything more beyond that? There he goes with the back flip reverse. Ski line to the back, waits for the line to tighten, and that should do the trick there on pass number 1. That is Zach Butterfield, whose tricky performances have been varied to say the least. His best score from within the last 24 months, a 54.30 at the Cedar Creek July record competition. In the Nationals, he tricked 48.60. And other point scores that he produced were produced via collegiate competition, of which those competitions are contested based upon 1 trick pass instead of 2. Good elevation there on that backflip. There we go. There's the regular ski line to the back, and that hits the spot there for Zach Butterfield. Welcome back to continuing coverage here at the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships here at Boca Laguna. We're pushing another score, 5,500 points. 5,500 points for Pablo Alvira. 5,500 points. So we're up to date on the scoring, save for the second pass of Zach Butterfield, and of course the performance coming up from Joel O'Toole, who is waiting on dockside right now, on deck, getting ready to impress us with his tricking prowess. So currently in the lead is Fletcher Holm with 51.80. Still in second place right now with 55.50 is Tono is actually Pablo Alvira. He's assumed second place ahead of Tono Tiexador. Naturally, Pablo Alvira has taken the lead away from Fletcher Holm. I do beg your pardon. We'll get the leaderboard back up on screen to confirm that in a little bit. But here we go. We've got Zach Butterfield, a nice toe into wrap, toe Waco. Good elevation there, making sure that toe wake trick had plenty there to score with. And just trying to recover from one of his toe moves, which I believe would be a toe 5 front. But a good varied trick run there from Zach Butterfield as he winds his way towards the end of the run and looking in a strong position to do so. Unfortunately, falling about somewhere between 3/4 and the end of that run. So looking good on that toe pass right up until the time where it fell, which was right there. So there you go. All right, here we go. All right then, folks, we have got Joel O'Toole getting ready, getting set for his 2 20-second passes. Now, what some of you folks are watching on our live webcast are noticing is that a good portion of our trick skiers are actually electing to trick with gloves on. And there is a specific reason for that. Because of the mineral content in the water, it does kind of have a little bit of a slippery feel to it, and skiers need all the grip that they can muster to do their hand tricks, and some of them are actually using gloves in order to make that happen. So here we go. We have got on the water, we have got Joel O'Toole from Australia. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back, reverse. The first time we've seen the toe wake back to back reversed, attempted and successfully completed, at least so far in the men's competition. And unfortunately, trying the toe O into wrap and rocking all the way to the back of the ski and unable to recover from that particular move. So then that is Joel O'Toole from Australia. We should get the point score for Zach Butterfield very, very soon. But looking quite splendid there on pass number 1, Joel O'Toole, for the most part. But unfortunately, it didn't last too much longer beyond the toe wrap in would have probably gone for like a toe Waco or something along those lines. But like I said. Okay, 47.90, 47.90 for Zach Butterfield. There is your leaderboard. Pablo Rivera with 5,500 points. Fletcher Holm with 51.80. And then it went to our next competitor, which I believe would have been Tono Tiexador. We'll get the full leaderboard in a moment at the conclusion of this event. And of course, there's still that 30-minute review period as well when the trick scoring sheets become available for public inspection by our skiers and their respective coaches. If they feel that there was an error in the marking for their runs, or if they needed to be tested against a stopwatch for verification, during that time, that would be possible. Here we go. Towboat making its way back towards the dock. Joel O'Toole from Australia. Okay, getting set here. Ski line back and positional to the front. There we go. Wake 5 front. Reverse wake 5 front. There we go. Positional trick before he goes in for his backflip. Oh, and he goes down. He tried the flip twist to the back and unfortunately edging out to land it. So there was no dice there for him on that particular move. And that concludes the men's tricking competition for today. We'll go into women's tricking in just a moment or so as we continue on with the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Boca Laguna here outside Chapala. Just looking at the flip twist to the back, getting the front edge caught, and it was basically goodbye after that. All right, so here is the leaderboard. Pablo Rivera with 5,500 points. Fletcher Holm with 51.80. Zach Butterfield with 47.90. Tono Tiexador currently in fourth with 45.50. And rounding up your top 5 is Carter Lucas on 21.50. We'll be back right after this as we continue on the U21 World Water Ski Championships.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Then returning to action here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships, surprisingly with 51.80, Zach Butterfield with 47.90, Tono Tiexador with 45.50, and as I mentioned before, rounding off the top 5 is Joel O'Toole with 26.70. All right, here's your running order for the girls' Trick Series 4. Tamara Costa should be our first competitor out, but I don't think that she will ski. She's a no-show, which means that Lucy Roberts from Great Britain will take to the water first, followed by Luisa Jaramillo of Colombia, then Emily Newsom of Great Britain, Diaz McKay from New Zealand, followed by Meg Haraway, also from New Zealand, then Amory Robluski from the United States, followed by Elena Ahama. All right, getting things set. See that Lucy Roberts is at the end of the dock, getting ready to go in this tricks event. Women's Trick Series 4, and then followed on with Series 3. All right, then, the women's section of the tricks event will get underway momentarily. Our driver of the Nautique towboat is Chris Eller. All right, everything is set. Here comes Lucy Roberts, who didn't exactly have the best of starts for this U21 Worlds in the slalom competition. Let's see if she can take this shot of redemption here and take it all the way down to a two stand-up trick effort. It all starts with the first move, which I believe is going to be a toe 5 back. She's a right foot forward skier, which means a toe leg is on the left, and the foot is behind her right knee. Let's have a look and see. Toe 5 back. Just trying to get settled here. Toe 8 back to back. Nicely done. Doesn't do the reverse, although she is capable of producing that move. There we go. Toe 5. Oh, nicely done. Toe wrapping. Toe wake. Oh, and missing the top of the wake and getting absolutely no elevation whatsoever in falling on that particular move. The toe wake. That is Lucy Roberts. And she put some points on the board so far. We'll see how much more she can produce with the second and final 22nd pass. Had to really, really yank on that rope to get the toe 5 back situated and in the scoring position. Lucy Roberts, who, as I mentioned in the slalom event, had spent quite a considerable amount of time over in Louisiana, over at Bennett's ski place, just outside Zachary, and certainly showed signs of improvement, greater improvement in the tricks event and the jump event in recent times. We'll see what she can do in the jump event later on, but she's halfway done with the tricks. All right then, so we're about ready to go with Lucy Roberts, and we'll be back right after this. Here we go, folks. We have got, coming back into the course for a second and final 20-second run, this is Lucy Roberts of Great Britain. Setting the boat speed up for 27K, which is consistent with what she was tricking with while she was training in Louisiana. Look at her go. Here she comes. Here's the first back flip. Oh, and getting a case in that that second wake on her way down. Just not quite a day, unfortunately, for Lucy Roberts. Just not quite getting the elevation there with the back flip. She started off with the 5 back. It looked sprightly enough to get her up and running. Did the wake back-to-backs and just really started to wind it on. Then went into the positional wake back and then turned to the front. Just didn't quite get the elevation and unfortunately unable to spot the landing effectively. And that, unfortunately, there is Lucy Roberts with her effort there with the 2:22 run. She got a good portion of the first run, which was certainly helped the team points so far as Great Britain are concerned. We'll see how that pans out. All right, skier about to take to the water. If my list is correct, it's going to be Luisa Jaramillo from Colombia. All right then, folks, here we go. Luisa Jaramillo. Fairly shortly, we're going to get the point score for Lucy Roberts. The point scores have been coming to us pretty thick and fast. All right, here we are, folks. U21 World War Ski Championships here in Boca Laguna. And Luisa Jaramillo. Some toe tricks out of course just to get us nicely warmed up and limbered up. Pulls in the rope, flips it behind a standing leg for what I suspect is going to be a toe 5 back. Drops the handle a little bit aggressively there, but still managing to get tricks that she wants to, including the toe wake back to back and the reverse, mind you. Look at that. Couple of toe sides, toe wrapping. And she goes with the toe wake back, toe wake front. And that should just about do it there for Luisa Jaramillo, standing up on both 22nd runs. And a decent effort there thus far. That is Colombia's Luisa Jaramillo. Aside from that drop of the handle a little bit on her opening move, everything seemed to be fairly smooth right from the outset here for Luisa, including that toe wake back-to-back, which had a good spin and good elevation, the two elements you need to make that trick successful. Aside from having the courage to do it, of course. Toe wake back, and the toe wake front. And then waited on the opportunity to go in with the toe wrap in. All right, that brings us right here to our second and final 20-second pass. She should be on her way back very, very soon. And 26.50 for Lucy Roberts. 26.50, 2,650 points for Great Britain's Lucy Roberts. All right, bringing Luisa back on top of the water. In the boat is Chris Eller at the helm. We've got Jeremy Scholl manning the camera, and in the releaser's seat we got Federico Jaramillo. All right then, here we go. Luisa Jaramillo. Wake line 5 front. Oh, a little bit of slack there towards the end. She had to spend about a two seconds there to recover from that. Wake 5 front, good spin. Wake 5 front. Oh, and through the handle throughout that rotation, and just could not recover that off the second Wake 5 front. So down in the water she goes, and a lot of points were left on the table there that she has no hope of regaining. So just looking at these opening tricks, including the wake line 5 front, Luisa Jaramillo, no slouch on the tricking course, but when you make one of those types of mistakes, it's just very, very hard to recover from. All right then, that is Luisa Jaramillo. Next skier to go representing Great Britain is going to be Emily Newsom. It sounds like Emily Newsom is elected to go with some ballast in the tanks of that Nautic towboat. Whirring noise that you hear in the background as the boat pulls away from the dock indicates that. So Lucy Roberts, currently our only score on the board right now with 26.50. I imagine that Luisa Jaramillo's score is going to be significantly more than that. All right, here we are, folks. We've got on the water right now from Great Britain, it's Emily Newsom. So Emily Newsom decided to go with a fairly high clip on her opening pass of hand tricks, about 30K. Just going through her initial tricks one after the other. Here we go, surface O. Does she go for the surface O reverse? Yes, she does. Surface 5 back. Does she go for the reverse? I don't think so. She's probably out of time. But she does stand up on that run, which is always encouraging. That is Emily Newsom. Right, so it's Emily Newsom looking at the tail end of her run, looking to produce a fine effort there. So looks like a score is about to be released. Luisa Jaramillo, 33.30, 33.30 for Luisa Jaramillo, and takes the lead after 2 skiers. Here comes Emily Newsom now. Going through her step tricks before she moves on to something else. There we go with some surface back-to-backs here. Just piling on the points. And I think that's about it. So Emily Newsom standing up both runs. Not a terribly intricate run, but it works for her, and she lures herself into water to complete that effort. Emily Newsom from Great Britain. Who, let's have a look at some of her scores. Has tricked close to 1,000 points. No, not quite making it through that barrier, but just never know with that kind of performance. Decent effort there from Emily Newsom. Just working her way through the step tricks, and solid effort there. All right, so we are about halfway down the list. Just seen Emily Newsom. Now we're going to see Diaz McKay from New Zealand. All right, bringing on our next competitor, hailing out of Christchurch in New Zealand. And tricking, I would say, around the range of about 1,200. 1,210 points is her personal best. Let's see if she can improve beyond that. This is Diaz McKay. All right, here comes Diaz. Setting the boat speed up for 28 kilometers now. Bravo 2 with 25% ballast in there. Those are the stats. Let's see what she can do with them. Some positionals. Oh, and tries to go for the back-to-back, or the wake back-to-back, and unfortunately doesn't quite work out for her. So first few moves didn't look too bad. And keeping the handle tight to the hip. And then tried to go there with the wake back-to-back and unfortunately came up short. All right, then, we'll return to the 2023 IWWF U21 World Water Ski Championships right after this. Here's Diaz McKay from New Zealand, working her way through this run. Oh, she's trying to wrap in for something here. Looks like it's going to be a Waco or a Wake 5 back. Oh, there's the Waco and getting in, pitched out a little bit too much there on the landing. And that ends the effort there for Diaz McKay. But certainly a well-rounded effort there, taking into consideration her opening pass. Diaz McKay, who trains along with Alex King and Kyle Eade, and her dad back in New Zealand. And has tricked around the range of 1,210 points, though I suspect that's probably not going to be the case this time around. Has tricked as high as 1,240 points. That was in January of this year, but 1,200 points there and thereabouts is Diaz McKay's range. We'll see what our next competitor can do. Also from New Zealand, it's Meg Haraway. So, scores come through there for Emily Newsom, 880 points, 880 points, which is pretty much about her range, so well done to her. Here we go, folks. This is Meg Haraway from New Zealand. Okay, setting the boat speed for 27.6. No ballast in there, which means she's not going to get much assistance from the wakes in terms of elevation. But maybe that's not such a bad thing considering she's doing toe tricks at this early stage. There's the line back and line front, slow as she goes. Here she goes. Positional line back. And whoa, wake line front. All right, nicely done. Good solid skiing there. Little slow, but gets the job done nonetheless. That is Meg Haraway. So a little bit of a composite run with toe tricks at the beginning and step tricks towards the end. Getting all the points that she wanted, at least with the opening pass. Right, so continuing on, it looks like we've got another score coming up. Diaz McKay with 770 points. 770 points, so we're right up to date with our scores. Meg Haraway, also of New Zealand, on the water right now. A little bit of a sketchy start there for Meg Haraway. But still able to work her way through this run. Wake back and service back-to-backs, wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. So trying as hard as she can to pile in the tricks. Oh, is she going to do a backflip? Surely not. Oh. Yep, she got halfway around at least. But Meg Haraway swims into shore. No doubt the support of the New Zealand crew will be very much in evidence there. So Meg Haraway, solid effort there. Nothing spectacular, but it doesn't need to be at this stage. It's all about getting the points, all about getting the valuable team points at the beginning, and then leaning upon your better skiers to actually come through with the points to actually position them a little bit higher in the team scoring. So that's Meg Haraway. Solid as you like for the first 3 quarters of that run, and then she tried the backflip towards the end, which was less of a back roll, more like a full-on backflip, and actually the ski halfway released into that move. So she probably wouldn't have been able to ride it out anyway. But a decent effort nonetheless there for Meg Haraway. All right there, so next skier up, coming to us from the United States of America, it's Anne-Marie Wroblewski. All right, here we go. Here comes Anne-Marie. The boat speed set at 28.6. It's certainly a force to be reckoned with the slalom event. We'll see if she can be just as effective here with the tricks. Currently skis for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette's Raging Cajuns during the American Collegiate Water Ski season. And doing a fine job there with the opening run, Anne-Marie Wroblewski. So Anne-Marie hasn't exactly tricked an awful lot within the last season or two. However, the one score that I was able to glean from her performances within about the last last few seasons, within the last 4 years, as a matter of fact. Best score is around 22:10. Although I'm sure I would be I'll be able to get some more recent scores, courtesy of the American Water Ski Association database. But a decent looking opening pass. Coming to us out of Toledo in Ohio. Looking at some of the scores that she's produced, her slalom scores are certainly on a higher clip compared to her tricking scores. But even taking that into consideration, she produced a trick score of 26.50 over at the NC State Championships. And over at Skyview, which isn't too far away in North Carolina, she too tricked a 26.50. So she's definitely capable of that mid to high 2,000 point mark. The question is she able to do it right here, right now? Toe wake back, here comes the toe wake front. Reverse toe back, here she goes, toe back to back, and it's reverse. Arms going all over the show, and unfortunately it's because of that imbalance that she wasn't able to ride out that toe wrapping. And that concludes the performance from Anne-Marie Wroblewski out of Ohio, but spends quite a bit of her time divided between Louisiana and North Carolina, where I believe she trains over at the Coble Ski School. And speaking of which, there is April Coble-Ella, who was in the boat, keeping an eye on what Anne-Marie was doing out there on the tricking course. Anne-Marie Wroblewski looked good for most of that pass, and then she tried the toe wrap in and was on the back of that ski, and there was no way she was getting forward. All right, skier about to take to the water, and will be our last competitor in the Series 4 tricking event. In the women's competition, it is going to be Elena Ahama. Here we go, folks. Elena Ahama comes to us out of Austria. Here is Elena Ahama coming in. Opening run, opening trick, wake line-o. Now, Elena, during the training here for this competition, and was training here quite extensively, actually injured herself, which explains the heavy bandage that's currently on her left leg. Let's see if she can manage to make it through this run without too many problems. Oh, look at that! Goes in for the backflip, and unfortunately got a little bit too much elevation there and was just unable to stand up before spotting the landing and ride that thing out. But certainly a credit-worthy first few tricks of a pass number one with the wake line-o to get things up and running. Then the foot goes back onto the back of the ski, and then she started to motor along with the tricks that she had on pass number one. Certainly is good with the elevation, no worries about that. And then she Steps forward, then gets ready for the backflip. And then just a little bit of over-rotation on the landing. And unfortunately, that is all she wrote for pass number 1. All right, and as Chris Ella gets ready for pass number 2, we'll be back right after this.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
All right, then, let's take a quick look at the leaderboard. Let's have a quick gander there. 33.50, 33.30, I beg your pardon, for Luisa Jaramillo. Then Lucy Roberts with 26.50. Currently, those are your top 2 right now. Here comes Elena Ahama from Austria. We'll see what she's got so far as a second and final pass is concerned. Looks like it's a toe fight back, which it is. Keeping good pace here. Toe in front, there we go, continuing on. Reverse toe back. Couple of toe sides, there's the second one. Does she have any time? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Ho, 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 getting into all kinds of shape there. Got the toe into the wrap. And as she spun out, she got caught a couple of times and had to succumb to the forward towards the end there. Elena Ahama, who lists her favorite trick as being the front flip. Didn't get to see it here, though, unfortunately. But Elena Ahama, who competed last season in the European Championships, in the Open Championships over in Rocheto, and tricked 26.90 there. All right there. So Anne-Marie Robleski with 1,790 points. 1,790 points. And just to clarify, I believe the score for Meg Haraway was 1,790. So we have two scores, exactly the same total between Meg Haraway and Anne-Marie Robleski. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Luisa Jaramillo with 3,330. Louise Roberts with 26.50. Meg Haraway and Anne-Marie Robleski both tied in third place with 17.90. Emily Newsom with 880 and Diaz McKay with 770 points. So, look at the start list. We got Emma Scott coming in for a first and 2 22nd runs right now. She'll be first out. Nelly Allard will be second. Then Ronya Parasol. Then Augustina Vara. Martina Font, Sandra Boyu-Wada, and Violetta Mikulski will round off the tricking event and the action for today. Emma Scott from Great Britain, taken to the water right now. All right, let's see what she does. Emma Scott on pass number 1. All right, getting a little bit off balance there towards the end, just trying to correct herself on the vast majority of those tricks, but still able to get through the opening pass of toe tricks effectively enough to score. So we've got 7 skiers remaining in this competition, including Emma Scott. Score coming through, Elena Ahama's score, 2,880, which relegates Lucy Roberts down to 3rd at this moment. The leaderboard, there you see Luisa Jaramillo with 33.30 points, Elena Ahama with 28.80, Lucy Roberts with 23.50, and then Haraway and Rybluski with 17.90 each. That rounds off the top 5. All right, let's see what Emma Scott can do on pass number 2. A reminder that the TWBC podcast continues to interview some of the top names in the sport of tournament water skiing, including Jose Antonio Perez Priego, the president of the International Water Skiing Wakeboard Federation. Had a nice little chat with him yesterday, and there was certainly some spicy conversation had there. Listen to it on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeart Podcasts, or wherever you go to listen to your favorite podcasts, the TWBC podcast. All right then, folks, selecting 29K with Bravo 2 and 25% ballast. This is Emma Scott. So Emma, who has tricked upwards of 2,900 points. There we go. Oh, and going with the wake line back, and unfortunately not nearly aggressive enough with the edge, and just not getting the elevation enough to initiate the turn, and goes down as a consequence. So she's going to lose the bulk of her potential so far as point scoring is concerned. And that is Emma Scott from Great Britain. We'll see how her points shape up against the scores that we've seen already. All right, so as we look at the tail end of the instant replay there for Emma Scott, we go on to our next competitor. Representing Canada, it's Nellie Allah. So Nellie Allah off the dock and ready to go with pass number 1. Certainly heard that telltale whirring sound from the back of the Nautique, which is basically a telltale sign that that says that the opening pass for Nellie Allah is going to be hand tricks. You normally put ballast in the boat if you need to beef up the wake for those types of moves, and sure enough, Nellie Allah comes into the course representing Canada. First pass, handle moves. We'll see what she's got. Here we go. This is Nellie Allah. Oh, wake 5 back to get things up and running. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. I'm not too sure if the reverse was spun all the way, but there we go, continuing to go. Oh, some line tricks on the outside of the wake through the step sequence. There we go, wake back. Does she do anything more? Ski line back, lands on the rope, but unfortunately, because she did that, unable to ride that trick away. That is Nellie Allah on pass number 1 of 2. So just watching Nellie Allah with her first of 2 22nd runs. Getting off to a really, really high tempo start with the wake 5 back. being able to land that and being able to stick it certainly bodes well for the remaining tricks that you have on the run, especially if you want to do them at a little bit more of a higher clip so far as tempo is concerned. Step sequence looked fairly strong. Then went for the ski line back, and unfortunately not getting the ski far enough over to make that work. All right then, Nelly Alarm getting ready for pass number 2, and we'll be back with that right after this. All right, here we go. Nelly Alar currently skis collegiately for the University of Louisiana at Monroe Warhawks. Look at her go through these tricks. Just slow as she goes with each of them, not trying to do anything too intricate out there, but just doing every single one of them one after the other, not trying to go deep into another trick before you complete the one that you're on. But unfortunately for Nelly Alar, getting on the back of the ski as she pulled in on the rope and tried to get a little bit more pull and a little bit more thrust there by using her shoulders, which isn't always the best idea whenever you're trying to do a toe-o wrap-in, because that ultimately affects the weight distribution on the trick ski to the point where you do fall out the back, much like Nelly Alar has just demonstrated. Having said that, I mean, the majority of the toe tricks that she performed looked pretty impressive. Weight distribution on the ski was pretty good then. But then there you see with the toe side and the toe back. And then she extends in order to do the reverse toe back, and then she throws that in there, and the weight distribution all off whack there, and unfortunately unable to ride that. So that's Nelly Alar. We are on to skier number 3, who represents Germany. Her name is Ronja Paracel. All right, here we go. Next competitor up from Germany. This is Ronja Paracel. Looks like she's going to do something along the lines of a toe 5 back. There you go. Toe back to back. Holding that toe foot close to... Oh, almost spun that one too early. She did spin it too early, but she had enough height there for it to be credit worthy, in my opinion. Here we go. Toe 5, toe O wrap in. Oh, toe wake line back. I don't know how she's making these tricks, but she certainly has the balance and has the composure to make that toe wake line back come alive. But ultimately going down on the toe wake line back to back, as we see the instant replay from our drone shot there, which gives us a rather unique perspective on the position of these tricks. And just look at her go with the toe wake back-to-back. Doesn't do the toe wake back-to-back reverse in favor of being able to take this pass a little bit further time-wise. We're pushing a score now for Nelly Allah. It's 3,090. 3,090. All right, so we're looking at the instant replay once again for Ronya Paracel. And we're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard. Luisa Jaramillo is still in the lead with 33.30. Nelly Allah on 3,090. Elena Ahama on 28.80. Lucy Roberts on 26.50. And the remaining scores you see there. And we'll be back right after this.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
All right, then, continuing to rock along. We got Ronya Paracel on the water right now. And Augustina Vara will be taken to the water next, I assume. All right, here we go. Ronya Paracel from Germany. Fell on the toe wake line back-to-back towards the end. Here we go. With the wake 5 front. Does she have anything more than that? Yes, she does. Ski line back. Oh, it turned on top of the rope, and now she edges away. Back flip. Oh, one cases the wake coming back down. That is Ronya Paracel from Germany, doing as much as she could with what she had, and she didn't have much in terms of elevation to make that backflip acceptable, or at least be able to ski away from it at the least. So looking at these tricks, going from one to the next. Good solid pull there, but not too tidy so far as the rotation was concerned there with the ski line back, and then she edged away to the wake. She squared up to the wake, which meant that the ski had no direction off the top, and it didn't provide her with the elevation necessary to make the backflip successful. All right then, so we are down to our next competitor, coming to us out of Chile. It is going to be Augustina Vara.
What are the 2 bars of Mexico?
Or where are they?
What are they? What's the name? In Mexico? Yeah. Ah, I was going to say it's different here.
Yeah, we have another.
Okay. Ah, where can I find them? Walmart? Well, okay. They have more Walmart or something? Soriana?
Yeah.
All right, here we go, folks. Skier on the water right now. Here comes from Chile, Augustina Vara. Setting the boat speed up, 27.6 kilometers. Feels comfortable with that speed. Oh, there we go, wake over for starters. There's the wake back-to-back and its reverse. Here we go, wake back, and now she's going to push out for the backflip. Oh, and Case's the second wake on the way down, and that was enough to disrupt her landing, and unfortunately unable to ride that backflip away. An opportunity to gain another 500 points, as another 500 points spurned there by Augustina Vara, as she now gets ready for pass number 2. Certainly the first few tricks were performed at a pretty high tempo. She had some confidence going into these moves, and then but when it came to the backflip, she just didn't commit herself to actually throwing that ski in a way that would actually clear both wakes and actually use the downslope of the second wake to soften up the landing. So Augustina Vara will be back on top of the water at the moment. There's your leaderboard: Jaramillo, Allah, Ahama, Roberts, Scott, Haraway. Those are your top 6 right now. And we'll be back right after this. All right, as we get ready to bring on Augustina Vara into the course for a second run, Ronia Parasol with 2290, 2,290 points for Ronia Parasol of Germany. Skier on the water right here, right now, is Augustina Vara. Saying out the boat speed should be a little bit lower than the original hand pass. Toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, and getting herself up for the toe wake back to back. Doesn't do the reverse. Does she go for the toe? Oh yes, she. Oh yeah, look at this, and she manages to make it through toe wake back and a positional to the toe front. So not bad trick in there for Augustina Vara. Had a pretty decent slalom score earlier on today and has backed it up with a decent run in tricks. And we all know how far Augustina Vara is capable of jumping. So she could be a viable competitor in the overall competition when all is said and done. We've yet to find out the score for Augustina Vara, but I would imagine that it'll be very close to the 3,000 point mark, if not in excess of it. Just throwing her arms a little bit from side to side, but not looking too bad for the most part. Augustina Vara. All right, as we get ready for our next competitor, we've got Martina Font from Mexico. We're down to our final 3 competitors of today's action on the water. And then the only other thing that needs to be taken care of today is our opening ceremonies, which will take place here later on. All right, here we go. Continuing on, we got Martina Font, and coming to us out of Winter Garden in Central Florida. Is one of the folks that is involved with the product development with 2U nutritional bars. Oh, look at this. Did I mention that Pato Font is a brother? There you go. Looking at this, look at these great tricks there from one to the other. Toe wake front. There we go. Reverse toe back, toe wake back to back. Does she go for the toe wake back to back reverse? No, but I'll tell you what, she has a whole bevy full of tricks there to send her on her way behind that Nautica towboat from Correct Craft. So a good, solid effort there. As I mentioned, 2U is one of our event sponsors. We thank those guys very much. And also during the course of the TWBC Pro season, 2U have been exceptional once again in providing us with the Skier of the Day trophy, and it's actually a rather highly prized trophy among our pros now. I mean, I've known from reactions from the likes of Whitney McClintock-Rini and Ali Nicholson and the like that's probably the most valuable trophy that they'll ever win in their careers. But there you go. We see Martina Font going from trick to trick, looking in very, very good shape, and very, very confident. And we'll see what she can do with a second and final 20-second pass. If looking for a score in excess of 3,500 points, that would certainly vault her into the lead, considering that that is currently held by Luisa Jaramillo. Here we go with Martina Font. Has tricked upwards of 2,590 points. Has actually tricked 2,900 points over at the U17 World Championships this year. So let's see what she can do. This is Martina Font keeping everything going. Now she's going to edge away for the backflip. Just about makes the landing. Cases the second wake. Cases the second wake even harder on the second one, and she's still there, and she still survives. So 2 500-point tricks added to her total, and that could put her over 3,000 points. So good, solid effort there from Martina Font. So very, very solid effort there with that trick in there. I would imagine that would be enough for her to take the lead at this stage. The question is by how much. Looking at some of her other trick scores, she has tricked 3,000 points flat at the Botas Pro-Am not too long ago. It's tricked over 3,000 with 3,080 points over at the Mooma Masters, not during this cycle, but in 2022. It has actually tricked close to 4,000 points, courtesy of the World Water Ski Championships that took place in 2021 over at Jack Travers's place. It was at Sunset Lakes. So she's definitely capable of taking the lead with the tricks that she has at her disposal. All right there. So Sandra Bayu Boada from Spain. Sandra Bayu Boada. Hopefully I pronounced that right. I'm sure one or two of you out there are going to flag me because of the pronunciation. We should get a score from Agustina Vara very, very soon. And here it is. Agustina Vara, 2690, 2,690. That should put her in the top 4 right now. Puts her, I believe, in 4th outright. Sandra Bayu Boada of Spain coming in on pass number 1 of 2. Working her way through one trick to the next on a 2U run time clock on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Oh, and just overstepping there with that leg on pass number 1 on that wake line back. All right, so looking at Sandra's performance out there, very, very sprightly right from the get-go. But when it comes down to the wake line back and that leg going out further away from her standing leg, it poses some problems that she wasn't able to get out from. All right then, so that's Sandra on pass number 1. And when we return, we should have pass number 2 next. All right then, returning to action here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships. We're down to our penultimate competitor. We've got Sandra Baiju Boada of Spain. Okay, so here comes Sandra, setting the boat speed up to a relatively high clip of 27.9, I believe, with the 0 off set at A2. Just trying to slow turn into the reverse and speed it up as she comes out of it. Going from one to the next toe 5 front. Oh, very nicely done there. Well stood up on the ski. Toe into wrap, toe Waco. I don't think there was too much height associated with the toe Waco and probably would need a second look by our officials, but decent effort there for Sandra Baiju Boada of Spain. Some good skiing there. And good consistent tricking right from the get-go. Keeping it going and looking at some of the messages that have been posted. Thank you very much indeed if you're one of those. So, having seen Sandra Baiju Boada conclude her performance, we now go into our last competitor of the day in the women's series free tricks. Violeta Mikulski of Argentina. Here comes Violetta coming into the course right here, right now on pass number 1. Going through the sequence. Looking in good shape here from one to the other. Just rocking it from one side of the wake to the next. All right, so working our way through the step sequence at the beginning. Just trying to go one trick at a time. Certainly she has aspirations of the lead. It will certainly help her cause out if she has intent on making it through to the women's trick final. Reminder once again that it's 12 skiers that advance out of the elimination round through to the final. Certainly like that Waco into wrap, and then she spun effectively out of it. And a couple of side slides at the end does the trick, and we'll see if she can be as equally effective with toe tricks coming up next. That is Violetta Mikulski, and we'll be back with her in a moment. Here we go, last pass of the day. This is Violetta Mikulski of Argentina. Hoping to try and post a score towards the lead score, which is currently by Luisa Jaramillo of 3,330 points. Going through these toe tricks one after the other. Good spins here. Toe wake front. Toe wake line back. Does she have anything more towards the end? Yes, and 2 stand-up runs there from Violetta Mikulski of Argentina, who has performed upwards of about 3,700 points, 3,600 in the past, and looking every bit as proficient here in terms of those performances. So good skiing there from Violetta Mikulski. And we'll see what that point total is as we put a button on the on-water action here of the 2023 U21 World Water Ski Championships right here at Boca Laguna. The end of day one's action with Violetta Mikulski doing a fine job in standing up both 20-second runs. So from what I understand, we're still working on at least 2 other scores before we wrap up. Obviously, for those of you that want to keep in touch with the scores as they become available, you can go to the IWWF scoring website and find out the scores there with their live scoring service. All right, then, here is the current leaderboard as it stands prior to getting those remaining 3 scores. We've got Luisa Jaramillo with 3,330, Nelly Ala with 3,090, Elena Ahama with 2,880, Augustine Navarro with 2,690, and Lucy Roberts with 2,650, which rounds up the top 5. And as I said, if you want to see the full list of competitors and their scores, you can go to the IWWF live scoring service to check that out. All right, then, that brings to a conclusion of today's action. The tomorrow's action will start off bright and early. And it will start off with 8 a.m. with our next series of water ski action right here at the U21 World Water Ski Championships for the year 2023, live here at Boca Laguna. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and on the behalf of all of the crew here at TWBC and those for making the event on the water happen, it is ciao for now.